Good evening. Good evening. How's everybody doing tonight? Are you able to hear me? Hello! I know we got a big crowd, noisy crowd. That's always a good thing to have. I appreciate everybody coming out tonight. We have a special guest to open our meeting tonight. We have Delilah Alber. She is an 8th grader at Pleasant Grove. Her Patrick and Sarah Alber are her parents. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Delilah. Speak nice and loud and give it a good
I call this meeting to order.
There you go. Folks are going to do pictures there. And then stay put because it's right over here. There we go. Thank you so much. Okay, let's call the roll.
Matthews?
Here.
Ingalls? Here. Fraser?
Here.
Bolt?
Here.
Rutherford? Seymour?
Here.
Richter?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Pastor Travis Hurst from Faith Co Church is going to come up and do invocation for us. So if you stand and join us. How are you, Pastor?
I'm doing well. Good evening, everyone. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for bringing us here this evening. We thank you that we live in a land and a country where we have representation. We thank you, Lord, for this governing body. We ask, Lord, that you will give us all wisdom and direction about tonight. And Lord, may we, whatever we do, may it be a blessing and may it be a benefit to this great community, Shawnee. But most of all, may everything that we do give you honor in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. You'll join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we've got a bunch of recognitions that we're going to do tonight, so I'm going to come down up front and we will get started. Okay, so item 1 is recognition of the North Rock Creek High School Archery Team State Championship win. So let's bring North Rock Creek's archery team in and all their coaches. And you guys just spread out along here. Make sure we use both sides. How are you? You got a whole bunch there. That is great. How are you, sir? Doing well. How are you, sir? Doing great. All righty. So I just love these. We celebrate our state champions. And I keep telling people, Shawnee can go toe-to-toe with anybody, and all we do is keep proving it. So I just love that. North Rock Creek School Archery Team recently won for the first time the 2024 state championship in Tulsa on February 21st, 2024. Additionally, the elementary and middle school archery teams have qualified for the national tournament, and the school and students have been hosting a related fundraiser. The North Rock Creek Public Schools archery program has proven quite successful, with the team finishing 3rd at the state championship in 2023. Overall, the North Rock Creek archery program has been marked by an outstanding performance, with multiple teams achieving notable success at various levels of competition. Congratulations to the North Rock Creek archery team on their state championship win. Coach, is there anything you'd like to say?
It was a great season, and these kids really stepped up and took it to the next level and beat some of the best teams in the state. So
Absolutely. You guys proved to be the best team in the state. Awesome. I have this right here for you, certificate of recognition on this 15th day of April 2024 to the North Rock Creek High School archery team on behalf of the city of Shawnee to acknowledge the 2024 state championship win. So, Coach, you want to come up here and we can squeeze you in, and I know there's going to be some folks that want to get photographs. And if we got parents that want to do photographs, squeeze in tight. We're going to all
So maybe like a second
act like
row
a,
up here. If y'all will come up here, take a knee, and then scooch this way.
that'd be great. And we'll make sure everybody gets a photo, I promise. Here you go, Coach, I'll let you kind of hold that with me.
I'm standing right here.
But we're going to make sure you parents get photos, I promise.
Yeah, take a knee.
There you go.
Okay,
You
perfect.
can lift that up a little bit. There you go.
1, 2.
And parents, there's nothing wrong with getting up here in the middle, up close, wherever you need to get. You don't get to do this every day.
Thank you.
Everybody get it? All righty. Oh, Susie, hang on. I'm going to get you in the paper. Very good. Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. All righty. Take care. Thank you for coming tonight. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you. Congratulations. Okay, we're gonna keep kind of doing the same thing here. So item 2 is recognition of the Pleasant Grove School Lady Warriors Basketball Division III championship win. So we're gonna bring Pleasant Grove and their basketball team up, and I don't know if I can see them back there, so they're coming. Whoa, that's a trophy and everything. That is awesome. That's heavy, I bet, isn't it? You got it? You can be able to get it? Oh, very cool. How about we get some of you down this side? We get a few of you down over here. Okay, so. Okay, Pleasant Grove Lady Warriors won the 2024 ORES Division III Championship. They achieved this victory through their hard work and dedication, emerging as division champs. This win is a testament to the skills, teamwork, and perseverance throughout the season. The Lady Warriors' success in the championship game reflects the strong foundation of their program and the support they receive from their school and community. Congratulations to the Pleasant Grove Lady Warriors on their impressive achievement. And Coach, do you want to say a few words?
I'm not really the coach, I just helped out some.
Our coach was, his daughter's in the hospital.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear
But
that.
Mr. Guthrie did drive the bus everywhere they ended.
There you go.
I could
So-
say they were very coachable, they didn't need much help from me.
So you guys have won a few of these.
We have.
I know your wall is just covered with state championships.
Yes, this is a
So-
phenomenal group of young ladies, of course led by our 2 8th graders here in the middle that are holding the trophies, and followed up by our 7th graders and 6th graders who are also on the team. So it speaks volumes that we have some youth coming up behind our 8th graders that are leaders in our school, both on and off the court. These are just phenomenal young ladies.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations. We're going to do some pictures. You want to hold that? Or how about, you want to come down? Or you can come down and
Go ahead.
we'll do, I'm going to slide you guys over just a smidge so we can squeeze in here. Oh, I'll get over here.
Okay.
Or here you go.
Okay. I was trying to get out.
There you go. We can, you can hold that.
We
That'd be
stagger
fine.
again.
Yeah, we're probably
So we
going to
have a
have to.
second row and then a back row. So whoever that wants to come in the front, just take a knee. Scoot this way a little bit.
Squeeze.
Give me a squeeze.
There you go.
I'm
That's
sorry.
what I was doing. There you go.
I'll come in behind you two girls.
Come on in a little bit. Can you take a knee right here? Okay, that's much better. Thank you.
And parents, we will make sure you all get a photo, I promise. I mean, we will make sure, and don't be shy about coming right up in the middle and doing that. We've got a competition going there. Did everybody get photos? And then don't move, we got, Susie, got to get one for the paper. Thank you, ma'am. Very good. Congratulations to you guys. No, that's all. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we appreciate you coming. Take care. Okay, we'll have a little smaller group this time. So next we have recognition of Claudia Thomason, Shawnee Middle School Girls Wrestling Regional Championship win. So I believe, hopefully she's up there. We've got a busy lobby, but that's okay. It's full of state champions. How are you? Thank you for coming tonight. Congratulations, Coach.
Yes.
Okay, very good. We've got here. So we have Shawnee Middle School freshman Claudia Thomason recently placed first in the East Regional Championship for girls wrestling. She competes in the 170-pound class. Claudia has achieved notable success, and her track record includes a significant number of wins, with 22 pins and 1 technical fall. Her accomplishments have earned her an honorable mention spot on the Oklahomans 2024 All-City High School Girls Wrestling roster, further highlighting her skill and dedication to the sport. She also placed 4th in the state championship in her class. Congratulations to Claudia Thomason and her outstanding wrestling performance. So I guess this is like, I guess junior high state champion is what you were, is what I was told. So congratulations. Is there anything the two of you would like to say? Nothing? Just don't mess with her, because you'll be looking like that before long, right? So we have a certificate of recognition here on the 15th day of April 2024 to Claudia Thomason on behalf of the City of Shawnee to acknowledge the OSAA Girls 6A East Regionals 170 pounds. That is just so cool. Give that to you. And I know we got folks that want to do photos. So slide this way just a little bit. And stay put. We got one more for the city, and we'll have one more for the paper. It's your turn, Susie. Very cool. Thank you guys so much. Okay, so next up is, I think they see us, recognition of the Shawnee High School Girls Swim Team State Championship win. And here they come.
And we have something to present to you. We have a poster and a t-shirt.
Thank you very, very much. That's awful nice of you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Stepped on you. Anybody? All right, that'll work. Okay. Shawnee High School Girls Swim Team. The Shawnee High School Girls Swim Team won the Oklahoma Class 5A 2024 State Championship for the third year in a row. They achieved this impressive feat by showcasing outstanding talent and teamwork. Despite facing challenges such as the lack of a swimming pool for practice, just a small item, the team excelled and won both the 200 freestyle relay and the 400 freestyle relay. Key members of the team included Grayson Simpson, Ashley McDonald, Clarice Timmons, and Kimberly. The team's dedication and skill were evident throughout the competition, leading them to a well-deserved victory. Congratulations to the Shawnee High School girls swim team. Now we're going to expect you back next year. And Coach, I think you're losing one girl right there. There's the only one.
I told her I'd fail her so she'd come back.
There you go. You couldn't talk her into that?
No.
No. Is there anything coaches would like to say, or even any of the girls?
I would like to thank you, Mayor Bolt, for always backing the swimmers. I want to thank the city of Shawnee for having the foresight of building the splash so we were able to practice in the full sun. And also to Carrie and Sue Ellen at the Park and Rec Commission. I'm not sure if they're in here, but they backed us up big time by letting us use that pool for as long as we could. And also to the police department. They gave us a police escort when we come back from winning our third state meet. They gave us an escort all the way in, and that was very exciting. So we appreciate the city of Shawnee for backing us, and also for our school for backing us. So
Absolutely.
We appreciate it.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys. I know we want to squeeze in and do photos, and I bet they probably want someone to take to name.
We'll take a lead in the front, that camper, just like three of y'all. And scoot in.
And we've got, I tell you, before we do that, let's get a picture with this up front here.
Yeah.
Hold it up so they can see it now. There you go. And I'll read that one. There you go.
Scoot a little bit.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
And then parents, don't be shy. Get right up there and get your pictures. Did everybody get one? If I could steal that, oh, Susie's gonna get hers. Let me steal that for 1 second. I want to read that to everybody. So, certificate of recognition on this, I better put these on. On this 15th day of April 2024, to the Shawnee High School Girls Swim Team, on behalf of the City of Shawnee, to acknowledge the Class 5A State Championship 2024 State Championship win. And so, like I said, we expect you girls back here next year. I don't know who's taking this, but anyway, thank you so much for coming out tonight. We really appreciate it and all your hard work.
Thank you.
So we'll move to item 5, which is citizen participation. I'll get back up to my spot and we will read the names. Give me just 2 seconds. I'm going to give people just a second to kind of rearrange seating-wise. Okay, so the first name I have is John Bob Semple from Pogo and United Way. How are you, sir?
Doing well. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share and to acknowledge the fact that this week, a year ago, our community was hit by a devastating tornado. And it's been a long year for a lot of people. Despite the fact that our work at Potawatomi Go, where I serve as the executive director, gets to work alongside many other organizations that serve people every single day. This last year, our first responders cared for people in a big way. Our nonprofit community rallied to accomplish their mission. The city services provided unbelievable attention to people who needed the help. This Friday, with our partner with the United Way, we're going to get to celebrate this last year and also recognize the many different folks who are still in the process of recovery. With a 1 mile walk, we'll be walking from OBU to the YMCA. One of the things we know is that this tornado impacted the lives of a lot of people. Even today, the United Way is still making sure folks know that the long-term recovery process continues and that help is still available. For those who would love to know about the United in Strength Stroll this Friday, please see us on social media for United Way's social media or Potawatomi Go. For those of you who would like to join us for the walk for the United in Strength Stroll, we'll begin about 5:30 this Friday on the west side steps of the Geiger Center at Oklahoma Baptist University. There we will hear from leaders from Shawnee Public Schools, from the city, from those within the United Way, leaders that have had a long year, but we have a lot to celebrate. So again, this Friday, 5:30 on the west side of the Geiger Center, we'll be gathering. We'll do a 1 mile walk to the YMCA and back. It's a total of a mile. So for those of you who don't walk miles and miles or run miles and miles, don't you worry about it. For those of you who might be only able to go halfway, we'll be providing transportation back to OBU. So again, that'll be this Friday, the 19th, there at OBU. We'd love for anyone in the community to join us. It'll be a free event. Jersey Mike's will be providing some sandwiches and some light refreshments along with other refreshments from other folks. So join us this Friday. Thank you, sir.
All righty. Next on my list is Nelman Browning. Is Nelman here? There she is. I saw you. How are you tonight?
Okay, my name's Nelman Browning. I'm a realtor here in Shawnee. Been selling real estate for 54 years, and I've got a little complaint, basically. It's about the rezoning of the 160 acres on West Tech Road. If you don't mind, Mayor, I've got some packets made. I think can I give them out, yes, or someone?
And I'm sure we can get you some help here. Just hand it to Lisa, and we'll get them up here.
I think I made enough for 6. 1, 2, 3.
That's okay. You got 6 here tonight.
Yeah. Reason being is there's a lot of development, home development going on in that area. I've sold 80 acres of the Pools property on.
Yeah, get right up.
I sold 80 acres of the Pools property on Kickapoo and just north of West Tech. There's 273 houses coming off there. I have another 80 under contract out there on West Tech Road, and they're waiting until this year to close on that one. I see that the city owns, I think, 77 properties here in town. There's a piece of property up on Hazeldale Road and Kickapoo. It's 260 acres up there. It's got a 12-inch water line already on Kickapoo and Hazeldale. There's West Tech, I'm sorry, I'm nervous.
Okay.
Wolverine Road and some of the areas up there have industrial property. I know you're trying to get it I-1, which is light, but when you're building $250,000, $400,000 houses in that area right there on West Tech, it's going to hurt the town as far as home builders building in that area because of the industrial area. And I suggest you check out the area that I just gave you and see if that might be a better solution for you. And I guess that's all I'm going to say. I've got one of the other buyers, sellers here, that's got his property under contract now. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Anybody want to? I know I haven't gave you time to look at that.
We don't ask questions
Oh, I'm
in
sorry.
public comment, but thank you.
But basically, that's it. I just want to try to pick out a better location for them to put the industrial in. I just sold 20 acres of I-3 over on West Tech Road across from the Black Hawk Casino, and they're putting a 147,000 square foot building in there. They've got 4 big plants all over the United States. This is going to be their main distribution center. And what helped me sell that one to them was it had a turn lane, because it has 18-wheelers going in there. And it had a stoplight right there on Harrison.
And your 3
Harrison
minutes is
and-
up. Your 3 minutes is up,
Oh,
so
anyway.
thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
I hope I don't say this wrong. Richard Kunze? I apologize, I've probably said that wrong. How are you tonight, sir?
I'll try to use this microphone. I am not intimidated by them, so if I get too loud, let me know. My name's Richard Kunze. I consider it an honor to be able to speak to you this evening. I wanted to talk about the rezoning effort of the property that's at West Tech and Leo. There are generations of agricultural people in that area of the county. My sons will be the 4th generation that grew up within about a half mile of that property. And we have just recently seen development begin to happen with residential development coming in and families moving to that area. They're unable to really develop to the south. The river kind of stops development to the east, and the development is coming a little bit to the north and west. That has improved the property values of that area significantly. And all those people that are moving into those homes do their business in Shawnee. And I believe that it would be a very bad mistake to go and turn that area into an industrial zone. I think it's been unclear so far exactly what type of industry is planned, and there was even some discussion about whether or not it would be I-1 or I-2. As I understand, I-1, you could build a power plant on that site. I-2 is more sales offices and those kinds of structures. But nonetheless, the people that are putting houses in that area are going to be reluctant to go in and have houses in close proximity to a business complex. I believe it's very important to maintain the opportunity for Shawnee and the number of people in Shawnee to grow by establishing residential developments in that area. I don't know what kind of plan there is long-term, but I do know that generally speaking, I have a good friend who has been a city engineer for a number of towns in Oklahoma. He says that without septic and sewer services, that you can't rezone an area into I-1 or I-2, that it's strictly agricultural or residential. I beg you not to make the mistake of putting industry and businesses into this area where Shawnee has begun to grow. These kinds of possible mistakes are the reason that Shawnee had a larger population in 1930 than it did by census in 2020.
Sir, you've used your 3 minutes.
Do what?
Your 3 minutes is up, but thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Next is Reva Ingram. How are you, Reva?
I'm
Doing good. How you doing?
Doing great.
You know, we've been talking about the homeless lately, and I'm just proud to say that I volunteered down at the Resource Center on Beard 3 days a week. And we give out a lot of clothing, we give out a lot of food to them, and we just present this a place for them to come to and sit at, and it's just remember not to be judgmental of these people, because they're just the same as we are. It could be easily y'all are out there on the streets, and it could be easy any one of us to be out there. I will say, about a year ago, I was at the Salvation Army for 2 months. I know what these people go through every day, and I know it's hard on them. And just think about them during the heat of the season, too, when the heat hits, because there's a lot of them that goes to the hospital with heat-related stuff, and that could be easy any of us out there. You know, we need to think about them and really just present a situation that we can have a solution to help get them housing and stuff. And the more we work with them, the better it'll be for us to get that housing for them. Because there is a lot of them that does want to get off these streets. And that's what I wanted to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Rob Morris. How are you doing, Rob?
Pretty good. My name is Rob Morris. I live at 1307 Windsor Place. I have 2 easy questions tonight. One is number 33 on the administrative reports, letter A to be specific. In the chart, it says that there was $7 million allocated. The new allocation is 8.6, so we're 1.6 million over budget. On the city website, it states that there are 6 key parks that were supposed to have been done. So now that this is an agenda item, please someone explain why we haven't done Dean Wygant, Slide Park to us, Celebration of Life, and Optimus Park. Because yes, we made Slide Park look great, or Slide Park, sorry, Kid Space look great. Yes, we made Woodland look great. But then we left 2 whole neighborhoods completely out. Their kids just don't get anything. They have to drive across town, apparently. The last thing, Mr. Mayor, could you comment on this, please? Reading on the city website, on city code, it used to state that you actually could address us. However, it was whenever the speaker was done and had sat down and before the next person took the podium. That's since been wiped out of city code, and we never voted for that. We did vote to remove the ceding of time, but not that part. So I'd like to know why that's been changed, because I couldn't find it the other day when I looked for it, and it used to be on a paper in the back of the room where all of us could read it. So if you'd address that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have, is it Mela Shawnee? And I'm so sorry if I've said that wrong.
You aren't the first.
How are you doing this evening?
Oh,
And-
this is tax day.
And pull, yes, it is. Pull that microphone down and get it to where you need it. There you
I
go.
was just saying it's tax day, and I've
Yeah.
got 3 clients that wish I were there instead of here. This is addressing the West Tech Leo Road property. In 2009, the city of Shawnee bought that property. Is that correct?
I think that's about,
Well, you did. And at that time, there was going to be a park. We're going to have softball fields, soccer fields, an amphitheater. There'd be boating on Dykstra Pond. Where did that go? Somebody needs to let me know. The other question is it I-1 or I-2? This said I-2. The agenda says I-1. So that could make a big difference. And the biggest thing is going to be traffic. Have you been to the intersection of West Tech and Kickapoo? It is a very dangerous intersection. West Tech is gravel. You come in, there's a hill and a creek. You can't see very well if you're going to have a lot of traffic going in there. And that is the only way to get to this property. is West Tech Road. Leo is not open. So I have questions. I don't know who can answer these, but until I get answers, I'm asking you don't do anything with this until we know. And by the way, it's Maida Shawnee.
There you go.
So if anybody wants to know.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming to speak to us tonight. Next we have, let's see, I've got Travis Hurst. Travis, were you intending to speak it, or was it because you're doing the invocation?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you just said.
Yeah, I've got you on the list here to speak.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Okay, I thought maybe it was because you did the invocation. Thank you very much again for doing that. Jennifer Stafford is next up. How are you this evening, Jennifer?
I'm good, how are you?
Doing well.
My name's Jennifer Stafford. I'm a resident of West Tech Road, and I want to be clear in my point tonight. Without knowing the wish list of intent of what would be built on West Tech in that 160 acres, should the site's grant funding be favorable, findings be favorable, this decision to rezone should be deferred. The light industrial list is way too broad, and now it's confusing because is it industrial 1 or industrial 2? After doing hours of digging myself on the past rezoning requests through the Planning Commission, the saying rules for thee but not for me feels kind of appropriate. Zero detail has been discussed on what would be included in that light industrial zone should rezoning occur. I went through 2 years worth of planning meeting minutes, and every single one that had an application by a private citizen requesting to rezone included on the application the current use and the intended use that coincided with the zoning that was being requested. The city does not have a request form on file in those meeting or agenda minutes, and because of that, the question, what is the intended use, was not filled out or shared with the citizens. The city requested this industrial rezoning on ag land at the prompt of Shawnee Forward. Neither the city nor the nonprofit had provided even a vague list of what they intend to build, and should the site's grant survey be favorable, what are you going to do with it? The city should be held to the same standards as the citizens. If a private citizen said, please approve my rezoning, I have zero details, but trust me, you would all defer this decision until they could give you more information on the intended use. The city should have to do the same. While I know you can't answer my questions tonight, I want you to think about these while you vote on this. If your home was across the street and you had zero insight on what was the wish list, would you still vote yay? Can you guarantee that our property values won't drop? Can you guarantee that crime, theft, trespassing on our properties won't increase? Can you guarantee that increased traffic on our road won't become a safety problem? I'm going to say you can't say yes to any of those things. Even with the extended timeline of the 15 to 20 years according to the future land use map, that means nothing once the rezoning happens. The doors are open, the train is rolling, and we want answers before you make decisions like this. Prematurely rezoning the land without even a hint or a discussion at the intent is irresponsible. I'd also, to end, would like to urge Commissioner Angles to abstain from voting or discussing this issue as you sit on the Shawnee Forward Board of Directors, and they initiated the rezoning.
Your 3 minutes is up.
Perfect, thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. And next we have Rick Young.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Just point of order.
Yes, sir.
We are at 11 minutes on the rezone topic. So
Okay.
there's 1 minute of public comment left, absent movement from the commission to extend that.
All righty. Mr. Young, how are you, sir?
Good evening. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Rick Young, Ward 3. Welcome to Shawnee, America. First off, I want to say congrats to all those that were recognized, honored, and acknowledged tonight, the youth and all their accomplishments. Also to Shawnee Public Schools for the school bond that just passed. Yes, on both issues. Congrats. Now the hard work begins. Congratulations to all the elected volunteers and staff that have made it 4 years in this term, almost 4 years. Some of them are not going to go along on the further rodeo, so good blessings to wherever your next things are in life here, and I know you'll be a part of this, what is going on here. Let me say this, the lid and the gag is off until June 18th. We had a little moratorium there for a short period of time, and my staff told me I had to get back into the fight, so I'm here. Yeah, we go from March Madness to April, May, and a part of June without the foolishness. I appreciate the West Tech people that came tonight. I'm not sure who already got the heads up. Friends of mine were dealing with a 12,000-seat amphitheater in Mustang. It was 7-2 vote. The NIMBY stood up and said no. As a matter of fact, they said H no. So at the same time, some of you that are not from around here, Shawnee folk, if you poke them, they will holler back. So we'll carry up here. I thank my friend Nelman for coming and talking about all the land that's out there. Shawnee is growing. Whether we do something or don't do anything, we're going to get ran over by the freight train coming east out of the big league city, OKC. So we need to figure out where we're going to set our water pots because it's getting ready to rain. And the tectonic paradigm shift that has encompassed us will continue. Whether we have the same people here a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 4 years from now, we'll get a chance to go to the polls and do what we're supposed to do of, by, and for the people. And we'll address this a little bit later on because instead of having 6 minutes, we have 3 minutes now. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next up, we have Cindy Berger. How are you, Cindy?
I'm good, thank you. I have just a few questions tonight. On the Airport Authority, I noticed there was a lease transfer to Gateway on Airport Road. I wondered if that's supposed to be for the, like, are they moving or are they trying to build something else? And why would their lease only cost $642 a year when my 2-bedroom house property tax is $816 a year? Another question on number 12, the opioid abatement. I was just curious what staff was trained and how successful the program has been for us to want the grant to continue that program. Let's see. On number 18, for the city manager to be able to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a contract with Landmark Construction, I would ask that a little, like a sentence be added in there to execute the contract pending approval from the city commission. I think it's great for her to be able to negotiate a contract, but before signing it, I feel like the city should be able to know what that looks like and be able to vote on it. I know that the industrial park is being considered. My question was just what is being considered to go out there? And then on the short-term rentals, is there any language in there to address renting to registered sex offenders? And one last question. Are there any plans for any additional surveys at the lake? And if so, which tracks, and is there a time frame? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more, Sarita Hayes. How are you, Sarita?
Hey, I'm good. Good evening. My name is Sarita Hayes. I'm a member of the Pogo Built Environment Committee, and I wanted to give you an update on some amazing things happening in our community. I think it's easy to get distracted and caught up on the issues and the needs of our community, but there are also so many good things happening, and I just wanted to tell you all thank you for being part of this community. Pogo has a goal to make our county the healthiest in the state. This is a huge endeavor, but we are on a good track to ensure this is in our future. As a mother of 3 young kids, I am so proud of our community for being diligent and focused on creating a community worth raising children in. We have leaders and community members who volunteer their time and energy to plan and support events that bring us together for the greater good. One of those events is the Safe Sidewalk Safari happening on May 18th, next month. We would absolutely love for you to join us on this walk. We are celebrating having accessibility to safe sidewalk usage in our town. Everyone is welcome to join us. We will end the walk at Woodland Veterans Park, where we will have a food truck, live music, and time for community members to enjoy one of our beautiful parks. If you follow our social media, there will be updates on times and the start place. It'll be at Grove School on May 18th. And yeah, thank you so much. I hope it's a good meeting.
Thank you. Okay, that was our last speaker. So that gets us to item 6, which is the consider approval of consent agenda. Is there anything anyone would like to take off the consent agenda? If not, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Tammy and Daniel. So we have a motion and a second for approval of item 6. We will call the question. Motion carries 6-0. Item 7, presentation of the pet of the month by Animal Control. Do we still have a pet, or did we? Yep. Chief gives me the thumbs up, so we have a pet. We have a very patient little dog. They had lots of company earlier. Very cute.
This is Girly. She's not quite available yet. We've been having to take her to the vet every couple of weeks. When we got her, she was just like a bag of bones with skin pulled over her. So we've gotten her to gain like 5 to 7 pounds. So this is kind of overwhelming for her, but she's a great girl.
Do we have any idea how old she is?
The vet guessed her about 2.
About 2.
So. Go see.
She dealt with that long wait very well.
She's come a long way.
Yeah. So how long before she'll be available?
The vet still said another month.
Another month?
Yeah.
And then what will it cost to take her home?
Our adoption fees are $5. That includes the spay and neuter and a rabies shot.
Very good. Well, we appreciate you bringing her out tonight.
Thank you.
Sorry we kept you waiting so long.
That's all right. Thank you.
Okay, we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 proclamations. So I'm going to come down front, and we'll do that down there. I'm going to bring my water because I've got a lot of reading. Here. So we've got National Animal Control Officer Appreciation Week. Do we have someone that's going to represent? There we go. She's got the dog. And then we'll come back in. You guys come on up. Come on up. How about introduce your group to everybody? How's that?
This is Officer Chris Moore, Officer Kim Backler, and Officer Randall McElroy.
Someone didn't catch your name.
Teresa Touchette.
Very good. Well, we're going to do National Animal Control Officer Appreciation Week, whereas the National Animal Control Association has designated the second week of April each year to recognize, thank, and commend all animal control officers for the dedicated service they provide to their community. And whereas animal control officers provide essential community functions, including the enforcement of animal control laws, protecting the public from diseases such as rabies, capturing roaming and potentially dangerous animals, investigating reports of animal complaints and welfare. And whereas animal control officers answer calls for assistance, educate pet owners about the responsible animal care, protect the welfare of animals from injury, disease, abuse, and starvation, and provide for the proper care of animals in their custody. And whereas animal control officers continually find loving homes for adoptable animals, as well as reunite lost pets with their rightful owners. And whereas the City of Shawnee encourages all citizens to join us in expressing our sincere appreciation for the service and dedication of our animal control officers. Now therefore, I, Ed Bolt, Mayor of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, by the authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim the week of April 14 to 20, 2024 to be National Animal Control Officer Appreciation Week. And I'll give this to you. And is there anything else that you would like to tell the folks?
I'm just proud to have the team that I have. They make my job much easier.
You guys have a hard job, that's for sure. We appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you
so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Take care. Squeeze in. There we go. Stay put. Susie will tackle you if you try to get away. Okay, thank you guys very, very much. Let's see. Let's see. So next we've got National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. Do we have somebody here representing? Oh, there they are, right there in front of me. How are you guys?
Good, how are you?
Would you like to introduce yourselves to everybody? So,
Go ahead. Oh, my name is Haley Wright. I'm the supervisor at the Communications Center.
My name is Christy Brown. I'm the 911 manager.
thank you both for being here. So, National Public Safety Telecommunications Week, whereas every year since 1981, the second week of April has been set aside to honor telecommunications personnel in the public safety community who dedicate their lives to serving the public. And whereas emergencies can occur at any time and require police, fire, or emergency medical services, when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of police officers, firefighters, and paramedics is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property. And whereas the safety of our firefighters and police officers is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained from citizens who telephone the City of Shawnee, public safety telecommunicators work to establish an accurate location and other vital information necessary for a prompt and prepared emergency response and for all safety of emergency personnel. And whereas public safety telecommunicators of the City of Shawnee processed 25,485 calls to 911 and dispatched 80,545 units for service, and the details of those calls are critical to the emergency personnel who respond. And whereas over the past year, public safety telecommunicators of the City of Shawnee 911 Communication Center have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals and the suppression of fires and the treatment of patients while exhibiting compassion, understanding, and professionalism during their performance. And whereas it is fitting and proper that we formally recognize the public safety telecommunicators within the City of Shawnee and throughout Pottawatomie County for the work they do every day to protect our communities. Those diligent efforts ensure that help is on the way when our citizens need it most. Now therefore, I, Ed Bolt, Mayor of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, by the authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim the week of April 14 to 20, 2024 to be National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. So thank you again. I know we've done this the last few years, but thank you so much for all you guys do to keep us all safe, so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shawnee. Let's do this. Let's start it right there for now. And squeeze this away.
I'm gonna knock something over.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have National Arbor Day. And I'll bet we've got a group right here that's. How are you?
Good.
Oh, we've got a whole herd of them. We can get some of them to slide down this side. Or this is- Get that out of your way. There we go. Very cool. Okay, National Arbor Day. Whereas the first Arbor Day was celebrated in the state of Nebraska in 1872 in response to a state proclamation establishing a special day to be set aside for the planting of trees that would provide shade, shelter, fruit, fuel, and the beauty for residents. And whereas today, Arbor Day is celebrated nationwide to encourage Americans to maintain and replenish our country's forests, orchards, woodlands, and whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, reduce heating and fueling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource that provides sustenance, energy, and building materials, and whereas trees in Shawnee increase property values, enhance the vitality of business areas, beautify our community, and are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And whereas the city of Shawnee has been recognized as a Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation, and we plan to continue our tree planting practices. Now therefore, I, Ed Bolt, Mayor of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, by the authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim April 26, 2024 to be National Arbor Day. And would you like to say?
We are Troop 240 out of Shawnee. And we're happy to accept this proclamation. Right, girls?
Thank you. I know you guys have been really involved in our Arbor Days. And we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And unnoticed. That's my fault. Thank you very much. So, I'll get behind. I think I'm tall enough I can get behind. There we go. Squeeze in my little friends.
There we go. There we go.
Those cards.
Alright, everybody look and smile. 1, 2, 3.
And just, we'll make sure everybody, you guys can get right in the middle. Make sure you get in a good spot so you can get what you want. You bet. I'll run the battery out on your camera, that's it. Very good. Thank you, Joel. Okay, we have Loyalty Day, and we have Don Plumley from VFW. Is Don here? There he is. I didn't see you hiding back there.
Yeah. Sure.
How are you, sir?
Pretty good.
Good to see you. So, as I said, this proclamation is for Loyalty Day, whereas The United States Congress, by joint resolution approved on July 18, 1958, designated May 1st of each year to be Loyalty Day, and President Dwight David Eisenhower declared Loyalty Day as a national observance. And whereas our community is a diverse tapestry of many cultures, heritages, religions, and languages brought together around the values and ideals we all share as Americans, and whereas the founding principles of this great nation have served to provide prosperity, liberty, justice to more people than in all prior human history. And whereas Loyalty Day provides us with the opportunity to celebrate the many freedoms secured and preserved for us by the Americans whose monumental achievements and invaluable contributions have strengthened our nation in common cause. And whereas the city of Shawnee encourages its citizens to join this nationwide observance, to take time and reflect on the privileges of democracy and liberty extended to us by the institutions of American freedom. And whereas we as citizens of this great nation reaffirm our commitment to these principles and recognize the benefits of fellowship within our community, we as citizens strive to be civil and respectful of each other and remain faithful to the promotion and protection of liberty and justice for all. Now therefore, I, Ed Bolt, Mayor of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, by the authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim May 1st, 2024 to be Loyalty Day. Very cool. So thank you again for coming to do this with us.
Yes, sir.
I know we've done this one for the last few years also, and always happy to do it.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Good to see you. Okay, we have got Professional Municipal Clerks Week. She's kind of cool. So you guys get on either side of me and okay, so Professional Municipal Clerks Week. Whereas the office of the Professional Municipal Clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world. And whereas the office of the Professional Municipal Clerk is the oldest among public servants. And whereas the office of Professional Municipal Clerk provides the professional link between the citizens and the local governing bodies and agencies of government at other levels. And whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. And whereas the professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community. And whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of a professional municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional services. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the Office of Professional Municipal Clerk, that we extend the appreciation to our professional municipal clerks, Lisa Lencion, Casey Eck, for their vital services and exemplary dedication to the city of Shawnee. Now therefore, I, Ed Bolt, Mayor of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, by the authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim the week of May 5th to May 11th, 2024 to be Professional Municipal Clerks Week. And so happy to do this. These two ladies do an amazing job for us, and we really appreciate all they do. I'm going to let you take this in the middle so we can get the photos, and I'll just get on the outside here. Gotta squeeze in. Thank you so much. And we have one here for National Economic Development Week. Made sense that you would be coming up to do that. All righty, National Economic Development Week. Whereas the city of Shawnee recognizes the positive impact that economic development has on the financial health and economic vitality of the United States, the state of Oklahoma, the city of Shawnee, and the members of our community. And whereas Shawnee Forward has been promoting economic well-being and quality of life for the community by creating, retaining, and expanding quality jobs that facilitate growth, enhance wealth, and provide a stable tax base. And whereas Shawnee Forward supports entrepreneurism to help establish the next generation of new businesses and to support existing businesses with assistance and resources. And whereas Shawnee Forward works in partnership with local school districts, post-secondary educational institutions, and workforce boards and commissions to amplify workforce training and to ensure a workforce-ready community. And whereas Shawnee Forward is dedicated to setting the stage for development, success in economic development, as well as real estate development through its economic development strategic plan. And whereas Shawnee Forward has been a catalyst to commercial capital investment into the community for the past 7 years. And whereas the city of Shawnee extends its appreciation to Shawnee Forward for the vital services and exemplary dedication provided to the city of Shawnee. Now therefore, I, Ed Bolt, Mayor of the city of Shawnee, Oklahoma, by the authority vested in me, do hereby recognize May 6th through 10th, 2024 to be National Economic Development Week. So Crystal, I'm going to give this to you, and I'll give you a chance to say anything that you'd like to say.
You know, I'm going to wait because
Okay.
I'm coming up
You
again.
are
You don't need to hear
present
more than me
soon.
from
There
me
you
than
go.
you.
Squeeze in. Very good. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have one more here that we want to do, and that's for National Police Week. So I'm guessing some of those gentlemen in the lobby are going to come in for that. How are you guys?
Good, how are you?
Doing well. Thank you for coming tonight. How are you?
Good, sure. Hey, Mayor.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, sir.
Okay. Our last proclamation for the night. Save the best for last, right?
Absolutely.
There we go. National Police Week. Whereas in 1962, United States President John F. Kennedy signed the first proclamation designating May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day and Police Week to remember and honor the service and sacrifice of law enforcement officers throughout our nation. Whereas it is paramount for our community to understand the important role and responsibility our federal, state, county, local, and tribal police departments play in maintaining public safety and recognizing the importance of cooperation with them is crucial for delivering effective law and order. And whereas the city of Shawnee acknowledges our law enforcement officers' steadfast work each day to guard and protect the life, property, and freedoms of the women, men, and children of our community. Whereas the city of Shawnee recognizes the sacrifice made by our law enforcement officers and their families to serve our community with the highest degree of courage and dedication as they encounter unknown and dangerous situations day and night while pursuing the peace and safety of our community. And whereas in honor of the courageous men and women, both past and present, who have served with commitment, dedication, devotion, and countless hours throughout each year, we applaud and thank them for their service to our community and our nation. Now, therefore, I, Ed Bolt, Mayor of the city of Shawnee, Oklahoma, by the authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim the week of May 12th through 18th, 2024 to be National Police Week. Very good. Thank you, gentlemen, for all you do. And I know they're going to be grabbing pictures. So slide it this away. Thank you, ma'am. All right, thank you guys for coming.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you so much. Okay, we are to item 9, which is the Shawnee Forward presentation. So as Crystal said, she's right back up. So how are you tonight?
I'm well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. Once a quarter, Shawnee Forward comes before you to share some of the data that we collect and some things that are happening in our community in regard to economic development. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. If you remember, in January, the last time I was here, it was a very long presentation because we went over a lot of annual data that had not been collected prior, so there was a lot of discussion throughout that presentation on my part. So I promise I will be shorter this evening. Are you able to forward that for me, or? Maybe. Can I give these to you because I'm going to talk
Absolutely.
to these while I'm waiting?
Absolutely, you can.
Do you want me to?
Be careful with all
That'd be great, thank you.
Yeah, be real careful there. This is one for Darren. There you go.
I can wing it if we don't have the presentation. I guess one of the things at the end of my presentation, I was going to make sure that all of you were aware, as well as the community, that on Thursday, April 18th, that's this week, the Oklahoma Academy will be here in town to do a housing awareness meeting. Their town hall last fall was about housing attainment in the state of Oklahoma. So over the course of a couple days, representatives and stakeholders throughout the state gathered and shared thoughts about different topics in regard to housing. And they are coming, they've compiled that. There's actually some recommendations they've made that are before the legislature right now in the form of bills. And they are coming to share what they found and with the community. They will be here at 9 a.m. at the Shawnee Board of Realtors. It is a free event, but we ask that you do RSVP for those who would like to join us in the community. You could call the Shawnee Forward offices and we'd be happy to add you to that list.
Good.
Hey, good timing.
You didn't have to tap dance too long.
You know, I don't think anyone wants that. Thank you. Now, which one is it? Just the up or down? Okay. So again, Crystal Reminiscent, I'm the President and CEO of Shawnee Forward, and I am pleased to come before you to share some things just so as you move forward to make decisions in regard to the city, that you have as much information as possible. And the first thing I'd like to do is share the SITES program that the Oklahoma Department of Commerce, if you are not familiar with it, it was a program that was launched in 2023, and they have relaunched it this year, slightly different, because they wanted to find out how our state is doing as far as marketability, what our potential is in regard to investment in the state. So the Department of Commerce wanted to make sure that we are as competitive as we can with other states, and in order to do so, they wanted to assess the state as it sits, and they have given opportunities to other communities to submit sites for that. And why is that important? It is important because as we look to different, the project pipeline, this is a report on the last few years worth of projects that have come before us. Right now, there are 327 projects in the pipeline that are of companies who are either here existing, who are looking to expand, or companies who are looking at Oklahoma to potentially move their businesses to. In doing that, they understand that there is some bottleneck to our success. You see that there's been tremendous growth since 2018, when we only had 171 projects that were before us. Some of the reasons for that increase in demand is that some of the manufacturing positions, the automotive in particular in the Southeast United States, has become saturated. And so a lot of those companies who have those aerospace, automotive manufacturing companies are looking inland. And then there are also global companies who are looking to shore up their supply chain. So they're also looking to invest in the United States. In looking at those numbers of projects and how we can provide information to the companies seeking information about Oklahoma and the potential for location, they've ran into some bottlenecks to being able to provide as many opportunities for success in regard to attracting other companies. Some of those are the suitable sites that we need, the size of the sites, and a lot of those projects that have come through here in the last couple of years. In 2022, 52% of those projects have located in rural communities, which is up 10% over just a handful of years before, about 10 years earlier, where it was 42%. So they needed to understand what actually exists in our community and what the deficiencies are so that we can plan accordingly to provide enough potential for our state to be marketable. So this just basically, the Department of Commerce believes that we have to address our site infrastructure to meet the demand of those existing businesses, like I had just said, and in doing so, they gave economic development agencies across the state an opportunity to submit 2 sites per community to be assessed. Now, in order to be eligible to participate in the assessment, you did not need to have a plan for a property. It's merely being able to look at the property, identifying where the deficiencies are, so that as you move forward with planning, you're able to make decisions so that you know where the deficiency is and the potential costs to improve that site in order to be marketable to an outside company. So again, we have submitted 2 sites. There are no plans for either of the 2 sites that we have submitted. And I just wanted to make sure that you understood that program as you move forward with some decision making in the coming months. I know we're looking to put together a 5 to 10-year economic development plan, and some of the information that will be provided is important when we're doing that. Another program that Shawnee Forward has recently entered into partnership is with one of our utility partners, OG&E. They have a community assessment program where they do a similar type of thing. They look at our sites, but they also look at our community as a whole. They'll come and do site visits. They'll look very in-depth at the businesses that are here. They'll talk with local stakeholders. They'll also look at strategic plans that we currently have and talk to people about the future. And part of that, in the right box on the right, you'll see that when they do come in, this is about a 4-month process that we're engaged in. We're just at the beginning. They'll do a site visit where we'll do a windshield tour throughout our community. They'll compile data from the information that we're providing them and that they're going to ask of the business stakeholders and the community stakeholders, the residents that they're going to be meeting with over the coming months. And after they compile all the data together, they're going to present the data to the community. And then the ultimate goal in that is so that we can put forth a strategic planning effort through utilization of a steering committee that will be made up of our community members, a broad representation of our community that would include businesses, residents, and other stakeholders. They will provide us with information that they obtain through interviews, focus groups, and community input sessions so that we can put together that strategic plan that's really important as we move forward as a community. There was a presentation at our recent Economic Development Summit where OG&E came and they talked about this program a little bit with the group that was in that session. And so I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of this program also that we're entering into. Their site visit is coming up, I believe, at the end of April. And so we'll be looking forward to taking them around the city and meeting with folks at that point. So those are two of the programs I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that we're working on right now. And then I'm going to we do this Shawnee by the numbers. We've done this for the last handful of months. And so for all of us, the Shawnee tax collection, that's obviously a very important number for the city. The sales tax revenue collections in March were $2.277 million. Which is down from February, but when you look at the trend year over year, it's following the same trends as we've had in previous years. So the amounts are higher. However, in talking with some of the businesses, we attest that not necessarily to increased sales, but increased costs of the items that they're selling, and the sales tax that's collected on that higher price for the items that they're selling. In regard to permits, there were 10 single-family home permits that were issued by the City of Shawnee between January and February, and there were 24 new business occupancies. That's a nice number. We're excited about that, and the postcard that you have in front of you is one of the new programs that we've started at Shawnee Forward so that we can provide resources to new businesses. A couple months ago when I was here, I showed you the roadmap that we put together for new businesses that can help them. It provides them resources and a step-by-step process of how they can start a business in the city of Shawnee. This postcard that you have, we're mailing out to all of the people who have applied for a business license, as well as all the new business occupancy permits. So at some point, they'll get them twice, but we collect that information from the city each month, and those postcards go out to them. The QR code that you see on the back of that takes them to that roadmap, where we've added a few things since our last meeting that will bring them to additional resources and incentives and opportunities that are afforded to them through other agencies as well in partnership. So we are trying to make sure that all of our new businesses have as much potential to success as possible. Also on the postcard is contact information, so if they would like to meet with Shawnee Forward or other agencies that we can connect them with, they have the ability to do so through that. The housing market, from January to March, we sold 132 homes in the first quarter, and the average number of homes in our inventory for sale was 187. So not a huge surplus, but certainly enough to meet the current demand. Now, again, that housing meeting that is happening on Thursday, we'll talk about some of the future demand, and as we move forward with economic development efforts, we understand that there is a deficit in housing at all levels for our community. So while those numbers are important to understand, we do need to increase that inventory here. And that's it. I hope that was brief and informative, and I'm able to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions? So again, on those two sites you submitted, what were the plans for those?
Neither site has any plan in place. There is one site that is privately owned that we submitted that is, they would like to put some sort of business park on it. It's located on 177 in an industrial area. And then the other is the 160 acres that was mentioned earlier tonight, and that is just simply, there are no plans at all at this time. It's merely just to collect the information so that we can see what the deficiencies are if the choice by the commission were to move forward improving that and to market it to the community.
Very good. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate your report. So I know we're on item 9, but what we're going to do is by the power of the chair, we're going to move number 23 and number 24 before item 10, which would seem to make sense based on conversation. So we will move on to item 23, which is a public hearing regarding a request to rezone from A1 Rural Agricultural District to I1 Limited Light Industrial District, an approximately 160-acre parcel located north of West Tech Road and approximately 1/2 mile west of North Kickapoo Avenue. Case number RZ01-24. Applicant is the City of Shawnee, and our city planner, Rachel Klein, is up. How are you tonight, Rachel?
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Again, Rachel Klein, City Planner. Mayor and Commissioners, I'm here to discuss the RZ0124. It's been a topic tonight, and now we get to go into it, and I'll be happy to answer any questions as soon as I'm done. The subject property is located north of West Tech Road, west of North Kickapoo Avenue, and it contains approximately 160 acres. It's currently zoned A1, which is Rural Agricultural District, and the initial request was to I2 Light Industrial District. Shawnee Ford, our community's economic development organization, had approached the city to discuss a potential grant that was available through the Oklahoma Department of Commerce. That grant would allow for a feasibility study for an industrial park to be located at that property. In order to apply for the grant, the land to be studied had to be zoned industrial or be in the process of being rezoned to an industrial district. As the property owner, the City of Shawnee must initiate the rezoning request. The rezoning would allow Shawnee Forward to apply for the grant that would pay for an industrial park feasibility study. Again, this is a request for participation and to be able to participate in the grant funding process. This request does comply with the comprehensive plan future land use map as it is designated currently as urban reserve. Proper notification for public hearing was served. There was considerable discussion regarding this rezoning during the Planning Commission earlier this month. And at the time, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended to rezone the parcel to I1 instead of the proposed I2 to help eliminate some of the more intense potential uses that could impact nearby properties. Additional discussions centered on other zoning options that could be taken if the grant application was not successful, such as having the property zoning revert back to agricultural. So staff does recommend that the City Commission approve the rezoning of RZ0124 from A1 to I1, Limited Light Industrial District, based upon the outlined factors of the staff report and the recommendation of the Planning Commission. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Let's get any questions for Rachel.
Rachel, can you give some, I know there's a long list, but can you give some examples of the difference between I1 and I2? What would be allowed, for example, in I1 as opposed to I2? I think that's really important for the community to hear.
You bet. The main difference, I will say, I've got several pages here, and I won't read them unless you request that. What is allowed in I2 is sort of a general industrial, even though it's light. It does not include some of the more egregious things that we might think of, like salvage yards or smelting. That is not even on the table. I1 offers a little bit more protection over the I2 uses that a conditional use permit is often required to have that use in I-1. So that's one extra step the applicant must go through that goes before the Planning Commission and then before the City Commission. So there are conditions that can be placed, again, to further protect and ensure that things are as they should be. Glancing at this, if you have a specific one that there's concern, I could shoot out whether that it was or was not allowed, but it is, again, manufacturing, wholesaling, warehousing, contractor-type services such as building materials or heating components. Again, looking at it quickly, for some reason you can't have musical instruments produced in I-1, but you can in I-2. And another one that caught my eye was you can have blueprinting and photocopying in I-1 and I-3. So sometimes our zoning code doesn't always make the greatest sense, but we look at it on a case-by-case basis, which is why the CUP, the conditional use permit, is such an important part of I-1 in making sure that anything that's brought forward that may be a problem gets that extra protection.
So as a planning commissioner previously, I'm interested in that, but also I understand it's very confusing to the public. So just to reiterate, I-1 requires a conditional use permit. In addition, if it were to be rezoned I-1, is that correct? Is that what I'm understanding you say?
Not all of the uses in I-2 are allowed in I-1. I-1 is more restrictive.
Right. And can you please explain briefly what a conditional use permit is in relation to just rezoning, just for the public knowledge on this topic?
Of course. A conditional use permit is a request made by an applicant who wants to do a use that has been designated in our zoning code as perhaps being more intense or problem to the surrounding neighborhood. So an application is brought in, we notify, just like we would for a rezoning, and we have a public hearing, and if the opportunity is for staff, the planning commission, the applicant, and anyone who chooses to participate in the public hearing to voice concern, to offer suggestions, to give examples of conditions that have occurred to them, and sometimes you'll see it extra screening or additional landscaping. Sometimes it will be a further setback than what's required to make the actual building uses further apart, just as some examples. For this, I do want to say, and I'm looking at this again, I would say that most of the conditional use permits, there's a few in I-1. Most of them are actually in I-3 because, again, they are very heavy, and even the I-3 has the conditional use permit requirement on that. So the Planning Commission makes a recommendation to the City Commission that this use, according to the zoning code, requires the conditional use. These are the conditions that we're putting with it, and the recommendation is only approve with these conditions or more, which of course can be added by the commission.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I know that's a complex, we could talk about that for a very long time. I just kind of wanted to outline what we're actually looking at and the differences between someone coming for a conditional use permit and someone rezoning, two separate things.
Very different. A rezoning is the designation set upon the land. It was, I believe in Shawnee, it was in the early 70s. We have land that is still under that same designation today. It's default in the city of Shawnee if property is annexed in, unless otherwise requested, it comes in as A1, which is our agricultural. So it's The future land use map is what we looked at for this one. As I stated, it's listed as urban reserve, which the future land use map designates pretty much all of the area that we're thinking of to the north and west of there. The recommended zoning districts don't come into play because it says that, this is 10 to 15 years off, with the most important emphasis being that design is necessary when making the decision for something that's in the urban reserve. So it's, this is very elementary. And again, if Shawnee Forward were to obtain the grant, and if the feasibility study were to go through, then those uses in I-1 could be presented for approval only if they're in I-1, and if a conditional use permit is required, that goes along at that time.
And the public would have the opportunity to participate at that time.
Absolutely. As we do with the rezoning, a conditional use permit, we post a notice in the newspaper. We send out letters to the property owners within at least 300 feet of the perimeter of the property, and often place a lovely yellow sign in the area, which I know worked for this probably better than anything. And at the Planning Commission level and the City Commission level, the public can come and listen, speak, questions in favor, not in favor. It is intended to be just that, an opportunity for the public to have their position given to the commissioners in making the decision.
Would you clarify to me, what does urban reserve mean?
Urban reserve is a land use designation in our comprehensive plan. For example, other ones might be low intensity residential or high intensity commercial. Those are associated with different zoning designations. We look at those designations when a rezoning request comes in. So say, for example, something is zoned residential and someone says, oh, I want to come in and do, an auto body shop. Well, I of course know that that's probably not going to happen, but there is a matrix within the comp plan that shows, okay, here's what it is, here's what you want, and it quantifies whether or not it's appropriate. And the numbers range between 1 and 5 as to more or less appropriate. If you want to look at it in the comprehensive plan, of course it makes much more sense than what I'm just talking to you about. But urban reserve is, again, it's one step beyond open space, in that it's, when the comprehensive plan was adopted in 2019, it was intended that we're not going to touch this space probably for another 10 to 15 years, but if we do, there should be some protections on that. So if somebody were wanting to do something 10 years ago, it might not be appropriate. It's set aside to make sure that it's for future only, because there are plenty of other pieces of land that might be more appropriate.
It's not necessarily earmarked for housing?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I have a plain definition that might help us understand, and you can tell me if we agree with it. Urban reserve is land that's presently in the city limits, which is intended for future development in order to accommodate the town's long-term commercial, industrial, or residential land requirements.
Thank you.
Is that fair?
Yes.
So in other words, it's land, let me extrapolate to that, it's land that we've said we're not sure how or where the town's gonna grow, so we haven't necessarily designated it as commercial, residential, agriculture, or industrial. We're reserving the right to.
That's correct.
Then, well, let's get that out there. I've got questions later if someone wants to.
So how much
much available I-1, I-2 land do we have?
As the city,
I mean, just in general. What I-1 or 2 city-owned property do we have?
I believe the city, in addition to this one comes to mind. There's probably more than one. I believe Ms. Browning spoke to it earlier, south of Hazeldale, east of Kickapoo. There is a fairly large acreage. I don't want to try and guess on the numbers, but those are the, I think there's another one. Again, I'm really pulling on my memory here. There might be another 60 acres somewhere, but I don't even want to speculate that there's more than that owned by the city. Of course, there's industrial land that is owned by individuals and agencies.
Which this property originally was kind of for a regional park, was originally why we ended up with it.
That's what I understand.
My memory on that was to get the infrastructure out there that it needed for that was way too expensive, so they just kind of put it on a back burner.
That is also what I heard.
So I guess it's the city's wish list, yes.
There was a vote.
It was a proposition.
Yeah.
It was a proposition for a sports park that was voted down by our citizens.
Yeah.
And I understand that, but I'm just, from a economic standpoint, if I was a business owner or a manufacturing facility coming in to spend what it would take to get infrastructure out there that they would need, because, a 6-inch water line is not going to be enough. You've got to have water and sewer to run it a half-mile out, where, to me, the growth would be on Harrison, Kickapoo, or Highway 177.
There is a general lack of large parcels for businesses, and this is one contiguous large parcel that makes that attractive, which is why Shawnee Forward suggested that it go to the site program, through the site's program.
I know we're rushing to it so they can apply for a grant just to see feasibility. So, I mean, I understand that, but I just, to me, it's almost too far off the beaten path as far as major infrastructure, roads, water, sewer, electric.
And I believe
it does not make sense to me, but even, go ahead.
So,
and I know that's the reason you want to get the grant, to get the feasibility study.
high-capacity water and sewer line are within half a mile of the property.
At a major cost to bring it to it.
And one thing I'll say again from the staff report that you have, a suggestion, of course, that if the grant application is not successful, it is the city's property, and the city at any time can apply for rezoning to return it back to A1 or whatever is deemed appropriate.
I think that gets to my questions. I think I have some theoretical and technical questions. First, what's the value of the grant? Do we know?
I do not have that information.
Okay, that's kind of side note. I was just curious. And to clarify, because I think we've had some discussion or comment earlier, and I just want to be clear. This is not approving an industrial park.
Absolutely not.
This is allowing us to apply for a feasibility study.
It's allowing Shawnee Forward to apply for a grant that would then pay for a feasibility study.
It could also be suggested that if for any reason the grant is not forthcoming, we're not awarded this grant, or Shawnee Forward is not awarded this grant on the city's behalf, that this property be brought back to the city commission to revert back to agricultural zoning.
That's that's a question I have on the timeline of when we apply for the grant, and when Shawnee Forward applies for the grant, and when they would receive an answer. Do we have clues or any idea on that?
We have a meeting with the consultants at the end of this month, and it'll be an initial meeting where they will they will be able to review some of the information, and I believe their intent is to put all of the sites that were submitted in an order. So we won't know that right at the moment, but hopefully in the next 6 weeks or so, I'd hope to have that. But I don't know, that would really be up to the consultants to say where we would land on that timeline.
And is it fair to say that a feasibility study, I mean, to Commissioner Sehorn's point, could say it's not feasible? But then does that in management's mind give the city the option or knowledge of maybe what we want to do with an asset? Right now, we're just holding something that we don't know how valuable or not valuable it is.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Right now, that parcel has been sitting vacant without any associated uses proposed for it. It is within close proximity to I-40. It has, like I said, high-capacity water and sewer relatively close by, so it is not it is not a property where it would be absolutely impossible to provide the appropriate sewer and water infrastructure. By virtue of running it through the sites program, there is also the opportunity to look at additional opportunities to help us develop this particular parcel of land if found to be feasible, but without a plan in hand, that would not come to fruition.
I have the future land use map and the city limits map pulled up, just looking and listening, and I guess I'm having a hard time seeing the downside of us looking at feasibility and having the knowledge when each project or any project that would proceed, assuming it is feasible, we as a governing body, whoever's here at the time, citizens at the time would still have the ability to accept or reject based on what's actually proposed. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Absolutely. There's one other piece of information I think it would be wise to share with the City Commission. The 260 acres that Ms. Browning spoke about is indeed, of course, city-owned. Right now, that houses the police department firing range, and it will also be the future home of an animal shelter. In addition to that, we use that for sludge application, and so we would have to find a completely new parcel for our sludge application, which is relatively difficult to do.
A couple other questions that are maybe technical. It talks about being in process of rezone. Are we in process now?
Yes.
And
by making application with the city.
I kind of knew my own answer. My next one I think is a little more technical, and it could maybe play on the grant application. If we were to defer the item, are we still in process?
I would say yes, but I'm going to let legal counsel respond to that.
Not having reviewed the grant application to see if there's a specific definition of in process to those making that decision, it would be difficult to answer. But from the city's standpoint, it would remain in process until it was declined by this body.
My concern, if we're looking at a fee, I'm looking at trying to look at all the technical aspects, and I mean, it certainly I don't think would be a good sign to the grantor of our intent. When really, to me, I don't see the trouble in a feasibility study, and I'm trying to see all angles and perspectives.
I'm assuming the grant may provide us with some just very useful knowledge as far as infrastructure needs or whatever. If we decided later we didn't want, the commission later decides, the city decides that they don't want an industrial park, for example, if that were ever to come up, we would still have the information for free from the grant about that parcel of land.
That's how I understand it. The feasibility study would be focused on industrial, but the information gathered would be, I would assume, useful for other land uses.
My last question at this time, looking at the land use map it seems to indicate, and I drove it today, so it seems to indicate West Tech as an future arterial street.
I believe that is in the comp plan.
The fact that I needed a car wash after would seem to me imply that we're a ways from arterial.
I think that will definitely factor into the feasibility.
I mean, and so that's,
Yeah.
but I think it plays both sides. It makes it less feasible right now, but the city has clearly communicated that's an area of significant growth. If you look at the streets that we've designated as arterial, West Tech, Kickapoo, Harrison, 45th, MacArthur, Federal, Independence, Highland, like, we've indicated that's an area where we're expecting the city to grow. And I think it's reasonable to expect commercial activity, industrial type activity, residential, I mean, that's how we live, that's how the city is now. Everything's intermixed in certain areas, particularly along arterials. And so we're not there yet. I mean, if we look at that mile area, you're looking at millions of dollars to get there and significant amounts of time. But it's on the, I mean, we've made it a part of our future plan, and so looking at the feasibility, I don't see the trouble in that at the current time. I understand concerns about what would actually go there, but understanding what value and potential the asset holds, I think that's to the benefit of the city.
Yeah, we
and the residents
gain a lot of valuable information, without a doubt. So is there, and this may be more of a crystal question, but is there a deadline for the grant application? Or do you know? Usually every grant has some sort of a cycle that you have to make a deadline, but.
There is a process. When we speak to them at the end of the month, we'll need to give them an update on the status of the parcel.
Okay.
As well as the other one we've submitted. I mean, it'll be to review both of them that are at, in consideration.
Okay, very good, thank you. Any other questions?
I have one more. It's
No, go right
technical,
ahead.
probably
Go
for
ahead.
council. We're talking about reversion if the grant was not successful. If I'm remembering what we've done, the motion couldn't actually contain that it rezones automatically upon denial. It would need to come back, correct? Like, you wouldn't make a motion to rezone pending successful grant, and if it's not, it automatically reverts. That, we just need to understand that if it doesn't, it's coming back.
That's correct, Commissioner. This actually isn't unprecedented. We've done this research before. If this commission will remember, a prior commission was faced with an issue relating to St. Gregory's University and financing that they were attempting to receive through the USDA that required them to be rural or outside of city limits. The intentions were made clear by that commission that that would be the process in the event that that financing was unsuccessful, and that's what they did, but it did require separate action. It was not something that can be contingent within the motion approving.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Good down there, Lauren?
Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking it through, because kind of going partly off of what Cammie had said, it would be valuable information to have for free through the grant, but in my mind, and this is just me kind of discussing out loud, thinking out loud, is that the trade-off then, the sacrifice of that valuable information is that residents in that area, citizens who are concerned, lose the ability to trust that we've heard them. I know we're up here to make decisions on their behalf. We get this valuable information for free, but the sacrifice, the cost is that we lose a little bit of upfront faith in us and just hope that in 6 weeks, or the timeline to be, that something good comes of it. And like, I know there's that new addition out there, it's outside of city limits, but they're just inches away from the city limits line, because I know that was definitely a place I was looking at with houses, since there's very few housing options in my ward, but it's outside of city limits. And then I feel like I remember, maybe it was right after I started on the commission, we approved a final plat for a new housing addition west of Kickapoo in that area somewhere. I just went back and looked and I didn't find it in time to speak, but there's somewhere west side of Kickapoo, somewhere near, I don't know if it was West Tech or maybe it was closer to Garrett's Lake Road. I don't think it was in this area at all, but
a new housing addition going up.
It's Heritage.
Heritage? Okay. And I don't know where that's at out there. I know there's, when I go to the mall and right before I turn to go to Walmart, I see just a lot of already things happening down there. I don't drive down that way anymore, but it's not an easy decision to make, but I'm just trying to think of all the different things going in for it. Because it seems like it's urban reserve and it's future land development, but there's already stuff going on around the city limit itself, outside of it and inside of it, that seems to be more residential than anything else. There's already residents out there too. So that's just me kind of thinking out loud.
Okay, any other questions? You got anything else?
I've got nothing else unless you have more questions.
I think we're good on questions.
Actually, I just thought of one. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
It was about I think it was maybe Commissioner Matthews or someone had said they had pulled up the future land use map as well. I did too, and I see that where it says urban reserve, but there's a snippet that is designated as park, and someone during public comments had mentioned it, and that's why I thought to look for it. Is that in that parcel, that 160 acre area? Because it seems like it's like the southwest corner, if I've got my miles right on this.
I would want to look at the map before I said that it was or wasn't, but if memory serves, it's not included in the urban reserve.
It was something that maybe our city manager had said that was a proposition that had failed. Is that in that same square mile area? Yeah. So what, is that the exact square mile area that we're looking at, 160 acres?
Yeah.
Okay, so what happens to that future land use map designation of park? Does it just kind of sits on its side and?
Could you Lisa kind of repeat the question?
The park, the designation on the future land use map, the designation that is greened out for park, that's within the 160 acres in question, is that correct?
So on my non-cooperating iPad, I have been unable to pull up the FLUM, so I cannot confirm.
I can come look if you want.
If you want.
If I may raise a point of order.
Absolutely.
We kind of put all of the questions ahead of the actual public hearing.
Okay, because this is Leo Street.
But
and this is West Tech.
So we should
That's the edge.
Probably.
no, not yet. Not yet, but you will get your opportunity, I promise you.
Right here.
Uh-huh. We're going to let the city planner look
This is the
at the map,
160 acres.
and then we'll
Okay.
open the public hearing.
This is Kickapoo. This is Leo.
You can go on if you want.
This is Leo. This is Leo.
Okay.
This is Leo right here. So we're looking at Leo
Get done
and West Tech.
there.
Get Leo and West Tech right here. Kickapoo Street. Leo. Because it says Leo right there.
It's on the west side of Leo. Is it?
On the east side of Leo. But it's this like little clip right here.
This is Leo Street. I don't believe this is the same as Leo Avenue. It's down here.
Oh, it is, because I live off of Leo.
I know, you want to see it.
Oh, am I really? No joke, okay. Leo Street. Airway, airstrip. Goes all the way up. Leo, same Leo. So I think it is that little, I mean, it's this whole square there, but this southwest corner is designated as park. The rest is urban reserve. So my question was, what happens to that designation if we're considering the future land use map?
If the future land use map it is park as opposed to urban reserve, if I were in there, the same applies. It's surrounded by urban reserve. So, in the spirit of a comprehensive plan, you're looking at everything that's around it. So you can see on the future land use map, it actually extends beyond city limits. So it's reasonable to think that it was designated green park with the proposition that was mentioned back in 2019 when it was adopted. Not sure when that decision was voted on.
Was it like 2012 or somewhere in that time frame?
Between 2010 and 2015.
Yeah, that's how I remember it. Yeah.
Perhaps hope springs eternal.
Yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the public hearing. So I'm going to ask if there's anybody that would like to speak in favor of this, that you would come forward and have your say. I have a gentleman. In favor, in favor, in favor. Okay, that's fine. So is there anyone that would like to speak in opposition? I'm guessing you do because you were headed this way. And yes, ma'am, come on, go ahead and come up. Go ahead, Melman, come on up.
In 2009, this was sold to the city of Shawnee to put in that big park. I represent the Ramseys that own that whole 160 acres, and the one to the east, where I just sold that 80 acres north for 273 houses coming off there now. But anyway, they sold it because the city at that time came in with all these fancy designs to put a park in there, and they wanted to sell it to help the city out. So they sold it real cheap to the city to put this park in. They shouldn't have done that before they got the park approved. But anyway, it never came through. And so they lost 160 acres of beautiful land. That's where it all started back in 2009. And that was the original park that they had planned to put in. So, but the Ramseys, I think Jane was at the other meeting, and her brother Martin's in Tennessee, and he couldn't make it. But they are very objective to the rezoning of that for industrial, with all the housing that's planned for that area. I've got another 80 acres. Mr. Coons back there has that under contract for homes too. So to put that in amongst all them homes out there, I've been selling a lot of real estate, and the town is going north and west. But if it wasn't for all the flood zone and the fact that we can't open up Union Street to get to West Tech and go east because there's a flood zone behind Dillard's, I rezoned that for 53 acres for a commercial in there. So the town's going to grow if we can just get that one road open there too and let the houses go out there to come into town. That's just my opinion.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Sir, your turn. And if you would, identify yourself to the city clerk.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely.
My name is Jacob Kuiper. Kuiper, K-I-P-E-R. Yes, ma'am. I live in the Winding Creek Addition. I've been there since one of the first groups before they started rebuilding and adding on to it. My concern with that is if there are light industrial brought in, because I know we have a group Facebook that when the construction was just starting on the newer homes, it was noted that there was break-ins and vandalisms of construction equipment. If those light industrial businesses come in, especially if they are high things such as HVAC, if that is considered light industrial, plumbing, stuff like that, what's going to stop people from coming up that way to try and salvage the copper piping if that is brought in? If it is HVAC, because I know copper is a valuable commodity. Also with that, you, Commissioner Matthews, you said that you drove up that road today. And you said you had to have car wash afterwards. Did you just drive up it, or did you pull into, say, the neighborhood there?
I drove the whole neighborhood.
Okay.
So, I mean, I drove outside city limits.
Okay. The reason I ask is, living there, we see people flying up and down it every day.
I didn't get pulled over.
What?
I didn't get pulled over.
But we see people flying up and down it every day. Especially even construction vehicles and stuff, we see them flying up and down. Trucks flying up and down because they have they're lifted. They can fly up and down it. It concerns me that if I was reading a little bit, there could be possibly tens of thousands of vehicles driving that road if businesses are starting to be put in at the other end, down by Kickapoo, which would increase traffic. Because right now what we show is just essentially two-lane dirt road with gravel put over it. That is my concern to the commissioners and you, Mayor Bolt, that how would the city go about, because I did talk to also to a insurance adjuster with an insurance company that I know personally. Depending on what is put out there, it could cause property values to decrease. And that is my concern as a homeowner out there. What will, even though they have said it's 10, 15 years down the road, if realtors are aware of that possibly coming, how will it affect my marketability in the future? How will it affect people wanting to buy out there? How will it affect builders wanting to build and grow the city out there as well? I thank you for your time.
Yep, thank you so much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? You can adjust that microphone if you need to. You can pull that down if that helps.
And I just wanted to kind of reiterate the trust comment that was made, because that's kind of what I was sitting thinking, is the trust of what it's for. I mean, the same thing happened with the homeless shelter, is all this talk about rezoning, but we're told there is no plans for where it's going to go. So why are we looking at the zoning? I think the same question is here, is they're wanting to rezone it light industrial, but as far as the Shawnee Forward presentation, it doesn't sound like our community has the people to work those types of jobs and skilled labor. So why we would be changing it to look at it for light industrial at this time kind of doesn't really make sense to me. And were there any grants looked at for the way it's zoned right now? Is that the only option to get it looked at? That's all.
Okay. Thank you very much. And we've got a lady, or Bob, go ahead.
All right. Hello, my name's Alexis Harper. I'm a lot younger than a lot of the other people who have come up and talked to you. So
that's good.
I apologize. But my husband and I actually just relocated to Oklahoma from Georgia for a job. My job is actually in Midwest City, and I drive there every single day. And I believe that the business that I work for is a light industrial office, and I can tell you that is not what is needed right there. The majority of the people that actually do work at my office, they do not even live in the same town. They all live at least 20 to 40 or even farther away. And some of the, right next to my work is actually a homeless area. It is not, it's just green space that was not used by the company. And those homeless people tend to frequently come up to our cars at the end of the day and the beginning and ask us for any money or any food that they can spare. And I'm sorry, but as a younger female, I do find that very uncomfortable. Because of the building that I do work in, I'm not allowed to carry a weapon. I'm not allowed to carry even a pocket knife for defense. And some of these actually homeless people have shown violence. So unless you can guarantee that a bunch of homeless people are not going to end up moving into that area that is not used as green space to separate whatever building or facility is put there from the street for safety, please don't vote for it. So I'm trying to start a family with my husband. That's not what I want to be living next to. Thank you.
Thank you very
I
much.
have a question, maybe for Mr. Kuiper as well, and Ms. Harper. Yeah, you're welcome. Because, I mean, we're having these questions about trust, and I think this is how we build trust, even when we disagree, is we have a discussion. And question kind of on a technicality. I think I can guarantee that a feasibility study won't attract homeless people. So my question is I understand the theoreticals of what could be built that you could be opposed to. If we said project A is going here and you're like, I don't want to live near that, whatever. I guess my question is, help me understand from a resident's perspective, and I respect that, in city limits, outside city limits, I respect what it is. Help me understand the opposition to a study. I ask that incredibly respectfully, and I value your opinions, and just see my heart and my opinion on it. You talk about, like you brought up the homeless issue. A study will not create a homeless person visiting the place. A study might say, hey, the city should invest $10 million to make the road in front of your addition 4-lane and paved, which would increase your values significantly. So I completely respect your opinion. I think the dialogue I like to have is we're against, I saw a flyer floating around with a power plant on it. We're all against a power plant, right? Help me understand why we would be against a study from a resident's perspective.
That's an excellent question, Commissioner Matthews. For me personally, I'm with Ms. Harper. I work at a light industrial at an office complex. It is for the federal government, and we do have security fences to keep that out. I've also worked with homeless, and as she has mentioned, they do get violent. My concern is, even though the study may show a feasibility of putting something there, it's not the study that I'm against, it's the rezoning. Because, like she said, unless it can be guaranteed, because not only that, but I do know that typically some homeless are drug users. And my concern is use needles, especially with people trying to start families and kids. Kids are curious. Kids are wanting to explore. And my concern is if they come onto my property, or maybe if they come onto Ms. Harper's property, and they happen to leave a needle and I don't find it, and my kid finds it. What is, for me, the possible health costs, the possible expenses?
Would we have the same? I respect your opinion. I'm just trying to get to the heart that nothing's going in. We're doing a study. I mean, if we changed it to C2 or R3, or I just don't know there's any A1. I mean, when I was in high school, and we wanted to party, we didn't go. We went out in the field. I can't guarantee that a bad person won't come near your home. I can guarantee a study won't cause a bad person to come near your home.
You're right. You are.
And so, I think the back and forth, I completely respect your opinion, and that's why I asked you to come back up here. I'm trying to draw the contrast between what this is and what it maybe isn't.
And like I said, I'm not against a feasibility study if it truly would benefit me. My concern is 10, 15 years down the road.
Sure.
Especially as city planner has said, we are growing. We are expanding. How could that, by possibly 160 acres, if say the city chooses to sell it, to develop it into a housing addition, That's property values coming in, that's more people coming in, that's expanding the city's reach. Because like she said, she's not the only one. I commuted an hour.
Sure, I mean, I get it.
Just because where I grew up was Southwest Oklahoma City, and we were right around the corner from a mental health institution, and it wasn't good. Even before I got out of high school 16 years ago, it was starting to homeless, living across in a field that there was a rezoning, the 2 houses went in, they got rezoned to one a business. And by the time I left, there was homeless living right down the road from my parents' house. And that is starting to come in with more kids. So like I said, I have no issue with the feasibility study. My concern is the rezoning, that if it's approved, that what could come down the road 10, 15 years. And then also, it has been mentioned that they don't have a timeline. My question on that is, could we receive a time? They said their initial meeting's the end of this month, and it could be 6 months.
I mean, we can ask for updates.
Yeah, that would be nice.
I mean, the reversion thing, does that help you?
But it has to be requested by the city.
Well, I'll request it.
Okay.
I mean, I got no problem with requesting and making it known that.
Commissioner Matthews?
Yep.
I'm gonna rein it in just a
That's
little
fair.
bit.
Me and Mr. Kuiper have a nice talk. Miss Harper is welcome to talk, but she's kind of watching us. I was just trying to draw the difference.
And I understand, and I think we've just hit a point where we're a little bit outside of the actual agenda item when we're talking about occurrences in other municipalities.
Right.
And I understand that's to shade answers, but I think we need to bring it back on point just a little bit.
Yep. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Ms. Harper.
Yeah. When you say to bring it back on point, are you meaning talking about the grant and everything?
I think he's meaning the feasibility study.
In the feasibility study?
Like, are we, and I think we've wondered a little bit, and it's my fault, like, are we for or against the feasibility study?
I am actually against the feasibility study. Okay. And that is because, is there any way for you to possibly guarantee me that if that does turn out being a feasible option for that land plot, that you will not make it harder for the people who live in that area to fight against it then?
I mean, I don't think you would lose any ability to speak or voice your opinion on.
Because I did hear that only people within, 300 feet of the property are gonna be notified. I was not notified by anyone except for Facebook. And I am not one who actually goes on social media often. And so that, to me, is very, very disturbing. That I, who live in the Winding Creek addition, the closest residential community to that property, was not even notified officially.
You probably need to talk to your state lawmakers on that.
So, but it is very concerning.
Understand.
Thank you.
Thanks for your comment.
Thank you, ma'am. Rob, I think you were, go ahead, Joe.
I was just saying for clarification, the 300-foot rule is by state statute, so we don't have wiggle room on that.
Right.
That's why the city posts signs, so anybody driving by the property would have notice.
And also had notice in newspapers.
That's correct.
Right. So, Rob, I think it was your turn.
I would have to say I'm against this. Even the feasibility study, number one, if memory serves, and please correct me if I'm wrong, north of MacArthur, there's 2 parks in Shawnee. There's one little bitty one in Smoking Oaks, and then there's Optimus Park. Everything else is MacArthur or south. So if you're going to be putting, 273 houses out there, boy, it'd be nice to have a neighborhood park instead of having to go 3 miles to the nearest park. And 160 acres, man, that's a lot of park. That's walking trails, biking trails, that's all kinds of stuff to keep people outside, active, and healthy. But here we are talking about it being industrial. When there's other places to put that, it might have to be that the money comes from somewhere else instead of getting a grant. Now, it was also said that since we would be in process, that how about if we do defer it? So that it is still in process. It might be in a limbo, but it is a process. Let them apply and then find out. Instead of rezoning it today, which 2 people on this commission can't guarantee anything because y'all won't be here after June. I mean, that's a fact. So with that being said, nobody really can because you don't know how the other people that are going to come in are going to vote. So if we vote to go ahead and rezone it tonight, there's just no guarantee. And once it's been taken from agricultural and turned into industrial, I have a hard time believing it's going to go back to ag land, because ag land is great. You can do almost, within reason, almost anything on it. So I would be against this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, I think, ma'am. And you can pull that microphone down, whatever works best for you there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. Okay, let's go back to the park. Now, this park failed theoretically, but as he just mentioned, we've got the new kids space, we've got the new $1 million park that's in the advertisements, Woodland. If I want to play softball, I have to go south of the river. That's what was supposed to be in this area. It's sounding like there might be the support for Park North because there's literally so many families moving in that area that they might want this. So what is the process to say, hey, we want our park?
Ma'am, that'd be a totally different question if you confine your comments to why you're against.
Well, who would I ask? Can you just point?
Well, I mean, you can always contact any one of us about ideas that you have for the city.
But
we all have email addresses, and you can call City Hall.
Well, we are in a scenario that this road will require upgrade. That intersection will require upgrading. It is simply too dangerous the way it is now.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sure that would be part of the feasibility study.
So, but even if who will bear the cost if this feasibility study says, nope, won't work? If you look at the map, 1/4 section of this is that large, like we call it, Dykster's Pond, that is not usable for industry. I hope not. Let's see. So who will have to pay for that road upgrade? Would not the city have to pay for it?
Ma'am, that we don't know. I mean, all kinds of things could be negotiated with a business that was coming in there. You may have a business that says they won't pay for that, but that's way down the road. At this point, I believe all they're asking for is a feasibility study.
Right.
That's purely it. That's it at this point, is the study.
Okay. So, well, like I said, I'm still concerned. I would like to have the park there. The road is going to have to be done. The utilities are going to have to be upgraded, water at some point. So that's something you need to think about.
Absolutely.
Sooner rather than later.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else that wants to speak in opposition? I see you back there, Rick. You'll be next.
First of all, does anybody know how you do a feasibility study? You've been asking several times.
Well, I'm not going to do it, so.
No, but what I'm getting at is, I sell a lot of commercial, and all these buyers come in here and want a 90-day feasibility study. It gives them time to find out everything that you all want to find. But normally, that buyer keeps that feasibility study. They don't give it to my sellers. We don't see it. They can get out for any reason they want to out of a contract, subject to the feasibility study. So that's how a feasibility study works. You don't get it. You might ask Shawnee Forward if they're going to get it, which I doubt.
Well,
They don't get
I believe they're the ones that would be contracting to have the study done, so it would be their property.
You keep saying about this feasibility study, but normally the sellers don't get the feasibility study in all my transactions, which is a bunch.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Young.
I'm going to attempt to connect some of the dots for the volunteers, staff. And the reason why we're here tonight talking about this plot of land, when I first got back to Shawnee from time in Lawton, in which we had put together a project there, and this was the first one I was involved in. I walked into a meeting at the New Lincoln Center, and after it was all done, there were 7 propositions. The major proposition was that piece of land out there, which was $49 million worth of proposition. Mark was probably here, different ones that were here to understand. There was a park involved. There were walking trails. There's a whole lot of stuff that was there. It was not industrialization at all. Same time, I keep saying this, probably been saying this for a number of years right now. It is. We are moving north. We're doing east, west, and south. At the same time, and I hate to disabuse your notion of why we're actually doing this. And if we circle back and understand why this is not a function of government, this should fall in the hands of either a 501c, a nonprofit, and so therefore that we are under the gun to see if we can get a grant to do some things. The Conestoga wagon thing fell apart, Doctrine Park, because we didn't do enough research and understand. And when you had public objection to that, it fell apart. Not too long ago, through public social media, we had another 3-foot rule that I thought was 500 foot in the city of Shawnee, which is now 300 feet. 2 pastors in the congregation came up here and said no. As a matter of fact, they went a little bit harder than that, said H no. Tonight I stand and didn't know that it was going to be lifted, this lid and this gag, self-imposed gag, not to say anything, but this is our community. Shawnee is growing whether we're there or not. There are going to be a lot of people that are sitting here tonight not going to be a part of that growth at all, period. But at the same time, when my friend Ms. Nelman comes up and talks about all that was sold and bought and different things here, there are people older than I that should understand all these things. One of the things that a lot of people don't understand is how we do things in Shawnee. One word keeps coming up in my dreams and my thoughts and my meditation and my prayer, and it's staff. Staff. Not Rose's staff. I'm talking about the people that run our city. Are you in? At the same time, we, the people of, by, and for, are basically, everybody sitting on this dais up here, you're a boss. But when we're disengaged, we don't read, we don't study, and we just defer, we get what we get. And then tonight, we have everybody show up. I'm surprised she said, I don't live within 300 feet. Well, that's part of the game. That's part of the system. You're not supposed to know. One thing that's changed the whole dynamic of how we do things, social media. And as my brother from Citizen Potawatomi Nation, Mr. Wright, said, we're not going nowhere. So tonight, when we talk about what we're talking about finding an area where we can put the unhoused, the homeless. Mr. Harkey's not here tonight. I hate to invoke his.
Mr. Young, you're out of order.
Yeah. Please, this is about a public hearing for this question.
I'll dial it back.
I mean,
I'll dial it back to why I oppose this situation.
Thank you.
The situation was community development director, who's not here tonight, brought it forth, and he said it plainly. It's recorded. There's no place and space in Shawnee proper to have what we're talking about tonight, except on the runway of the airport in an industrial park area.
Again, Mr. Young, that's not what we're discussing.
This is about the
rezoning
to industrial for the purpose of the sites program with the Department of Commerce, not the siting of an emergency
No,
homeless
it
shelter.
has nothing to do with the homeless shelter.
Thank you.
Yes,
I stand
sir.
corrected.
Thank you.
We'll talk about it.
Thank you, sir. Okay, yes, Cindy.
I just wanted to add one more I'm not a business owner, but I would think for the way that you're describing of what a business owner would have to do in order to, say the feasibility study goes through and we're like, oh yay, we've got somebody who wants to come in, well, now they have to jump through hoops, and they learn that the city has, residents there that have expressed their concern about it. What kind of companies are gonna want to have to fight through all of the red tape to open up there? So that would be my concern from a business standpoint, is even being able to attract businesses to come out there.
Pretty good.
Release some of the red tape for a business.
I have a question on our last comment. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Before we get into questions, if there's no one else
Right.
with a comment, we can close the public hearing and move to the agenda item for discussion.
Is there any reason not to? Okay, then we will close the public hearing, and we will go back to discussion. And you had a question.
We need to go to
or
item
point.
24 then.
I'm sorry?
We need to go to item 24.
Yes.
Yes, so item 24 is consideration of an ordinance to rezone from A1 Rural Agricultural District to I1 Limited Industrial District, Light Industrial District, an approximately 160-acre parcel located north of West Tech Road and approximately 1/2 mile west of North Kickapoo Avenue, case number RZ01-24. Applicant is the city of Shawnee, Oklahoma. Ms. Klein, or is there anything else that, if not, okay. Any discussion up here, Daniel?
I have
think you had a
one
point you want to make.
and this has become something it's completely not.
Right.
But I just want to comment to not our last commenter, the one before, and just ask the question of city management. And I've said my intention, I will not vote for a homeless shelter owned or operated by the city of Shawnee. But if the city of Shawnee wanted to put a homeless shelter on that parcel of land, we would not need to rezone it to do it.
No.
You are correct.
So anyone that says this has to do with that, we wouldn't need to rezone it. We would apply for a conditional use permit and let the chips fall where they may. So anyone that's trying to draw the line of fear and confusion that this has anything to do with rezoning this piece of property for a homeless shelter is either misinformed or ill intent. Because we would not need to rezone the property.
You're correct, Mr. Commissioner Matthews.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? We've already had a lot of discussion anyway. Anything else?
Yeah, I want to say that as a resident of this ward, it's really hard to find housing. And there's already, we're talking about a feasibility study for one section that's possibly industrial, that is surrounded by the makings already, some built of housing. And I've lived in my place for 4 years now, and I can't tell you how many times I check Zillow or places where I can live because I'm confined to my ward if I want to remain an elected official. And these areas that are already going up, Heritage Plains, I did find it, it's right next to this 160 acres. And then you've got the one just outside of city limits, the Winding Creek Edition. We say that it's not going to be developed and that there's future of 15 to 20 years, but it's already showing inside and outside of city limits that it's leaning towards residential. The industrial side seems to be on the east end of Kickapoo, or even Harrison Street, and then north to Limit. It just seems like this area is better served for residential one day because its surrounding parcels, its surrounding ownerships are all residential in nature, or they are actual residents in that area. And the reason I know, just from the fact that I like to look at these things on my free time, is that mainly the reason why I don't have a whole lot of housing is because of OBU, and that the census blocks that are in there provide the opportunity for me to represent temporary students, but don't afford my position, my seat, housing. And I know, if this were to come to another census, these homes would be assessed in my area, and I would have a huge number of increased population in my area, and I would hope that these homes could stay, and that this area that has a snippet that is designed for a park, a huge park, trails and things like that a lot of people have commented about tonight, that in 15 to 20 years, when I'm still in my working years age and my kids are still in their teens, that, and maybe even my grandkids one day, I mean, I'll be able to see with my own eyes possibly, depending on how this land is developed, that I get to see something in that nature in this area, because it just seems best. Like, it's kind of a bold opinion for me to say, but it feels like this area is already residential. It's just this one little snippet of city-owned land that stands to question. Everything around it is residential, or down below it, there's 2 square miles of school-owned land between I-40 and this particular unit.
Okay. Anything else?
She wants to speak.
Yes, ma'am. You have the floor.
I understand that this is somewhat irregular. I would like to remind the City Commission and our audience and truly all citizens of Shawnee that the city dies or lives by sales tax. We have a large proportion of lower income households who have very limited disposable income. The site's feasibility study, which is conducted by the Department of Commerce, so not by somebody interested in purchasing this parcel of land, would allow us the opportunity to, at somebody else's dime, look at that particular piece of property for potentially higher income job opportunities, which we do not have. To respond to Commissioner Richter's comment about not having enough housing opportunities, that is correct. So when we really talk about elevating everyone in Shawnee, we cannot just look to housing, which we know we desperately need. We need to look to manufacturing. We need to also look to retail, because that is the sales tax. Our state legislature has limited our revenue stream to sales tax. Again, that is what we live or die by. But having a 160-acre site in close proximity to an interstate is an opportunity. And at this point in time, we do not know if it is a worthwhile opportunity to pursue. And under the current financial situation, I know that we have not talked budget yet, but I can already tell you that Lindsay and I worked very hard to have a balanced budget, and this year it was hard. So taking advantage of an opportunity that presents itself to potentially bring well-paying jobs so people can afford houses that can be built in multiple different locations, not just there, but all across Shawnee, is worthwhile considering. And again, I understand that this is somewhat irregular, but when you really talk about economic development, you need to take all those 3 things into account. That is residential development, that is commercial or industrial development for quality of life, job opportunities, and then of course the retail sales tax for the city as well. So it is that 3-legged stool. We cannot afford to lose one or the other of those legs.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you for your comments. Any other questions or comments?
I see this as a vote to be able to apply for a grant to obtain free knowledge that we can then use in the future.
Oh, I see it exactly the same way. I mean, this is good information that we would normally have to pay a bunch for to get. And we're going to gain lots of valuable information as a result of this. And we can ask staff that if we did not obtain the grant to bring this back on the agenda, we can make that a request tonight, I would think.
If you'd be so kind to repeat your question, because
That's okay. My question was, is we could, I will make the request that if that grant is not obtained, that we bring that back before the commission so that we can vote on rezoning, reverting back. I will make that request tonight. So Joe's got a puzzled look on his face. So okay. So I'll make sure I didn't say that wrong. Yes, sir.
Which, bottom line, even if they say it's feasible, it's still gonna come back, if it's 15, 20 years down the road,
Right.
it's still gonna come back.
Still got to come back.
Commission
It's got to come
and
through all
planning
that
and everything to
process.
go through it.
And
So
public
basically,
hearings and the whole bit.
When Eaton and Mobile and TDK, there was nothing out there years ago.
Yep.
So, I mean, a free feasibility, and then knowing that we're either gonna revert it back to A1.
Yep.
Or at some point, 20 years down the road, a different group of people are gonna decide what goes out there or doesn't. I mean, bottom line, that's what we're dealing with, correct?
I think that's an accurate recitation, Commissioner. Again, just because the city of Shawnee owns it, this body, whether it's the 7 presently up here or a different 7, will have ultimate say over any future use.
Yep.
And this is probably unnecessary jumping back and forth, but we could rezone for the feasibility study. We don't have anyone in the meantime that is interested in the land or developing it. We could go back to A1 for the 10 or 15 years until someone shows back up.
Because somebody may come to us and go, hey, we want to buy that property and put housing on it.
Absolutely.
And we're going to bring a road out there to it, and
I mean,
just like if they're going to put an industrial park out there.
So, I mean, we don't have to keep it industrial. We can do the study and go back until we have a suitor, and then have the discussion about is it, and then they can apply for the rezone, and it's theoretical.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
If
But the
there was
theory
an
is
interested
sound.
party,
What?
then
The theory is sound.
That's a good start.
We'd have to have an interested party.
Right.
Which
They'd
we
make a
don't have.
presentation, and we would have the opportunity at that time to say, do we want this out there or not? We own the land.
Right. Any other questions, comments? If not, we'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the rezone to I-1.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of item 24. Mr. City Attorney, it's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance concerning the zoning classification of the following described property located within the corporate limits of the city of Shawnee, Potawatomi County, Oklahoma, to wit, a tract of land described as southwest quarter of section 25, township 11 north, range 3 east of the Indian Meridian, Potawatomi County, Oklahoma, from zoning classification A1 rural agricultural district to I1 limited light industrial district, amending the official zoning map of the city of Shawnee accordingly.
Thank you, sir. Alrighty, with that, we have a motion and a second for approval. We'll call the question. And motion passes 4-2. So that, it's 8:45, so I'm gonna say let's take a quick break, about 10 minutes, so people can grab something to eat or drink or run and use the restroom. And what I'm going to ask as Chair is that we skip ahead to item 20, consideration of an appeal of an administrative order regarding property located at 602 South Park Avenue, and that was deferred from the March 18, 2024 City Commission meeting, and we'll call upon Mr. Bondurant.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Man, maybe I needed a longer break. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, if you recall, this item came before you last month, at which time staff asked for a 30-day deferral to today's meeting in order to allow the interested parties to the property to obtain legal authority to move forward with their appeal. By way of background, I request the Commission recall that the individual who filed the appeal is not the listed owner of the property. And we wanted to give them an opportunity to remedy that situation before anything went forward. At this time, there has been no change in the legal ownership of the property, nor has the city been presented with any documentation that would reflect that the individual who filed the appeal has the authority, legal authority to act on behalf of the property owner. Because of the lack of change in circumstance since the last meeting, staff's recommendation is to go forward with the appeal, and consistent with the recommendation and materials that were provided to the Commission last month. All necessary procedural hurdles have been followed by the city. The administrative hearing was held. The recommendation is for demolition of the property. The appeal comes before this body as a de novo repeal, and just by way of review for the Commission, that means that you are able to review the evidence that was before the administrative hearing officer at the time the decision was made and no other information. Based upon that information, which was in your packet last month and appears again this month, it is staff's recommendation that the administrative hearing officer's recommendation for demolition of this property be upheld and the appeal denied. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions for Joe?
No. Joe, question I always ask is, do you, having reviewed it, do you find the order in any way deficient or defective?
I do not find the order deficient or defective. All notices were examined and approved and consistent with state statute and our city ordinance.
Thank you. One more. I received some calls about liens on the property, and that could put liability on the city. Do you find that any outstanding liens would bring liability to the city?
The short answer is no.
I was told they were previous tax liens.
Well, then no. Again, I would say no under virtually any circumstance, but the type of lien and the timing of the filing of the lien would impact my more specific response. But with regard to any tax liens, it would not create liability for the city.
Thank you.
Again, we have a duty to abate a nuisance, and this creates that. So the IRS is not going to stand in the way of that. They just don't want us to sell the property without them getting what's owed.
Any other questions? If not, do we have a motion? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. It's not a public hearing.
So I would like to make a motion to support staff recommendation for the denial of the appeal. Is that the correct wording?
It is.
I'll second.
All righty. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 20. We'll call the question. And motion carries 6-0. So I guess keep me straight here. We're back at item 10. So we will have presentation of the fiscal year 2024-2025 proposed budget. Lindsay, it's all yours. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well, thank you. All right. Well, I'm gonna pull up. Sorry?
This item
The
10.
Word document. The Word document. All right. What you're seeing on the screen is actually a website that's available for citizens to go to and look through the presentation, as well as access to some of the pie charts that they can click into. This is powered by our budgeting software, OpenGov. And once the public hearing is published in next month, we'll have even further detailed information out onto the website as well. But for now, what's showing here is just our budget in brief, and I'm going to briefly go over the proposed budget tonight. So as you know, the city of Shawnee encompasses a general government component as well as two public trusts, the Shawnee Municipal Authority and the Shawnee Airport Authority. The city and its trusts operate under the annual budget in accordance with Shawnee's Municipal Code, Section 2-96, which specifically states that the city manager shall prepare annually a complete financial plan for the ensuing year and shall be responsible for the administrative of such plan when adopted by the city commission. In turn, our municipal code is compliant with Title 11 of the Oklahoma Statutes, Chapter 1 and Section 17. In general, appropriations lapse at the end of the fiscal year, although appropriations for capital projects may be carried forward from one fiscal year to the next until the associated project has either been accomplished or abandoned. The appropriated budget is adopted at the fund level and is prepared by fund and department. The city currently operates with revenues from 23 different funds spread across all city departments. However, not all departments receive revenues in all of these funds. Along with the municipal code, the city's budgeting process is also guided by the budgeting and financial planning policies that were adopted by the City Commission on March 7th, 2022. These policies specifically set the following framework. The city will not borrow from any external source to fund ongoing operations. Any excess fund balances should also not be used to support ongoing operations, but it may be budgeted to fund one-time expenditures. Each city fund should include a contingency reserve of no less than 2% of the fund's budgeted operating expenditures. And the general fund must maintain operating reserves in the amount of no less than 14%, which equates to approximately 2 months of continued operations. Other funds that also support personnel or operating expenditures must maintain operating reserves at a target level of 5 to 20% of the total budgeted expenditures. For the budgeting development process, we have to first determine the available revenue to support the current state of the budget, and second, any additional expenditures. When reviewing revenue, we look at current trends, historical receipts, growth patterns, and any new or challenging or changing legislation that would affect our revenue stream. And in years past, ensuring that we take a conservative approach to revenue estimates. The Finance Department estimates the cost of salary and all fringe benefits to include known step increases and any anticipated increases, such as health insurance costs for the upcoming fiscal year. At the same time, departments are assessing their operational needs by reviewing their current budget versus actuals and determining if an increase in budget is needed. Departments enter budget requests for increases to current contracts or any improvements to their operations. After all revenues are estimated and budgeted and budget requests are in, City manager prioritizes requests based on the best fit for city needs and ensures the budget is balanced. When setting the budget, different revenue sources are evaluated and assigned to expense types accordingly. Recurring revenues can reasonably be assumed by available every year and therefore is the basis for ongoing operations and personnel costs. These recurring revenues include sales and use tax, water, sewer, and garbage collection service charges, fees for license and permits, and rental or interest income. In the proposed budget, across all funds and departments, the recurring revenues account for approximately half of the proposed budget. The city also has access to periodic revenues tied to specific time periods, such as our half-cent sales tax, which is in place until 2028, or the downtown tax increment financing district, which also has a sunset date. Other revenue sources for this type may be related to specific eligibility requirements, such as our community development block grant. The periodic revenue makes up 2% of the proposed budget. One-time revenues are those that are associated with fund balance, special disbursements, project-specific loans, grant applications, or donations. These one-time revenues account for over 45% of the proposed 24-25 budget. And once spent, these revenues will not renew, which means that once our ARPA grant money or our Oklahoma Water Resources loan are spent, our annual budget will shrink significantly. Before we take a quick look at the numbers for revenue and the general fund, we'll quickly talk about one particular aspect of municipal budgeting. So per Oklahoma State statute, money may be transferred from one fund to another. These interfund transfers show up as an expenditure in the fund sending and as a revenue in the receiving fund. What makes this so important is that the budgeted revenues and expenditures are higher than what you would expect if you were only to look at the cash on hand. In the fiscal year 24-25 budget across all funds, the city has a total of $15.7 million in interfund transfers. Here's a look at the total revenue for the proposed budget for all funds, which totals $132.8 million, excluding any estimated fund balance. The pie chart that you see either on the website or on the screen, is able to click through and you can see more detailed information. So other revenue makes up 34.4% of revenues, which mostly consists of loan proceeds from the Oklahoma Water Resources Board for the wastewater treatment plant project. Taxes is the next largest category at 30% or $39.8 million. This, of course, is our sales and use taxes, which make up 90% of this category. Charges for services is 13% or $17.2 million. 95% of charges for services is made up of the revenues for water, sewer, and sanitation services. Next is transfers in is at 11.8% or $15.7 million. Next is the intergovernmental revenue at 9.6% or $12.8 million. This is largely made up of grants and other types of funding from other government agencies. The last sliver on this chart is a group of 5 different revenue types to include rental revenue, license and permits, fines, forfeitures, and interest income. Next, we'll specifically look at an overview of the general fund. Total revenue is $35.7 million, which includes $5.4 million in estimated beginning fund balance. Excluding fund balance, total revenue of $30.3 million is mostly generated by taxes at 75% or $22.7 million and transfers in at $5.5 million. The general fund revenues were again estimated conservatively and represent a 6% increase over the fiscal year 23-24 budget. The estimated growth is derived from recent tax revenue trends, which resulted in projected growth rate of 0.25% for sales tax and 10% for use tax. For the general fund expenditures, The proposed expenditures by department for the general fund is a total of $31.4 million, which is a $1.4 million increase over last year. Police department makes up 31.7%, which includes police patrol, criminal investigation, dispatch, police administration, and animal welfare. The fire department is 22.3% and consists of the fire suppression, fire administration, and fire training. Culture and recreation includes parks, recreation, and the expo center. The admin pie is the city manager's office as well as the city attorney budget. This is also where the budget is for the contingency, which is the 2% of the operating budget. Public Works accounts for streets, traffic control, and cemetery. And the other group category encompasses a lot of our smaller city hall and other departments, to include city clerk, human resources, community development, finance, IT, building maintenance, and emergency management. All revenues combined make up $35.7 million in comparison to $31.4 million in expenditure. As previously discussed, among the expenditures is the set aside for contingency, which accounts for $630,000, or 2% of budgeted expenditures. The anticipated fund balance remaining after all budgeted expenditures ends just shy of the policy of 14% at 13.7. As you may recall, the general fund transferred funds to support the tornado recovery, which put our operating reserves at 7.4% at the end of last fiscal year. We've succeeded in bringing that number up and hope to fully be within policy at the end of next year. The city is holding steady at 300.5 full-time equivalent positions with no positions added in the proposed budget. The general fund is 238.5 full-time equivalent positions. Shawnee Municipal Authority has 52 positions. Shawnee Airport Authority is 4 FTEs, which is 5 total. They have 2 part-time positions. And then other funding sources is 6. And that chart, you can also click through and see the other category. That pie chart shows the FTEs by department, and you can click through there and see what all the different categories and departments and how many positions are within each department. In addition to the general fund, as well as the Shawnee Municipal Authority and Shawnee Airport Authority, revenue by source and expense by department is available for the 20-plus other funds that are part of the city's fiscal year 24-25 budget. A detail of these funds are included in the budget summary, which was in the agenda packet, as well as linked on the Finance Department page on the website. Currently, the proposed budget before you today includes revenue projections for capital projects, which several projects are continuing from the current fiscal year to include the wastewater treatment plant project and the 2018 half-cent sales tax projects and the ARPA projects. As we finalize the capital improvement plan over the next few weeks, some of the expenditures might change in each within the departments within that fund that you see in the proposed budget today. Coming up on the schedule of budget adoption is the presentation of the 5-year CIP and the budget hearing, which is planned for May 20th. Then the budget adoption on June 17th. And by state law, the budget must be adopted no later than 7 days prior to the start of the fiscal year, which would be June 30th. So with that, I'd happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Anyone got questions for Lindsay?
Good.
No? I think good, very good presentation.
Okay. Thank you.
That gets us to item 11, consideration of resolution authorizing Mayor Ed Bolt to cast a ballot for the 2024 Oklahoma Municipal Assurance Group, OMAG, election of 2 trustees. Andrea, it's your turn.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. The Oklahoma Municipal Assurance Group was formed in 1977 with the express purpose of providing insurance services for cities and towns within Oklahoma. The city of Shawnee has adopted the agreement to establish the Oklahoma Municipal Assurance Group, and by virtue of being one of the members, we get to cast a vote for the Board of Trustee that governs OMAG. At this point in time, there is a resolution attached to your agenda packet, and staff recommends that the mayor be authorized to cast a vote on behalf of the city of Shawnee for the incumbents on the Board of Trustees. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions? I mean, it seemed like we do this every year, every other year, something like that. It's a very common occurrence. Any questions? If not, we'd entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you, sir. So Daniel and Cammie. All righty, so Joe, you're up.
A resolution authorizing and directing Ed Bolt, mayor, and authorized agent of the city of Shawnee, Oklahoma, to cast votes for trustees of the Oklahoma Municipal Assurance Group to fill expiring terms of trustees.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second for approval. We'll call the question. Motion passes 6-0. Item 12, consideration and adoption of resolution authorizing the city of Shawnee's submittal of the opioid abatement grant application to the Oklahoma Opioid Abatement Board. Your turn again.
It is. So you remember that I came to the City Commission to ask for approval to submit a letter of interest for the Oklahoma Attorney General Office administered opioid abatement grant through the state of Oklahoma. Since then, rules were promulgated, application forms were distributed, and the city of Shawnee, after receiving confirmation that our letter of intent had been accepted, we were one of the 251 entities authorized to move ahead with the application. Given the deadline, 101 entities have submitted their application. The Oklahoma Attorney General's office has also allowed for the resolutions to be submitted just a few weeks later, just by virtue of all of the rulemaking, all of the application materials came in relatively late. So I would like to ask the City Commission for permission to officially submit that grant by approval of the resolution that is before you. What is specifically requested as part of this grant application is threefold. First, to facilitate once quarterly Narcan training for the City of Shawnee Homeless Program volunteers and for Shawnee Homeless Roundtable partner entities, as well as other civic or faith-based groups that may be interested. This particular training would be provided by our very own Shawnee Fire and Police Department personnel who have experience with the use of Narcan. The second component of that grant application would be the purchase of Narcan for distribution to trained volunteers and partner entity staff after they have completed this particular training. Along with that would go the documentation of the distribution, then of course the summary reporting of the use of the Narcan after its distribution. And then the third leg of that application would be easy to understand opioid use disorder and overdose prevention and resource materials, just simply because there's still a lot of confusion about how this can get into somebody's hands. It often looks very innocuous, colored little pills that are distributed easily. And so we would like to make the regular public aware of all of the different dangers that they may be looking out for, particularly if they have families, children, high school students, and so forth. Just simply there's a lot of danger lurking, and these substances are highly addictive. So again, I am stepping in front of you this evening to ask for your approval of the resolution to formally submit this application to the Oklahoma Attorney General's office.
Very good. Any questions for Andrea? If not, do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
Mark and Daniel. We have a motion and a second. It's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution authorizing the city of Shawnee to submit an opioid abatement grant application to the Oklahoma Opioid Abatement Board.
Thank you very much, sir. We have a motion and a second for approval. We'll call the question. Motion passes 6-0. Item 13 is consideration and adoption of resolution for project sponsorship for the Oklahoma Department of Transportation, ODOT, Transportation Alternatives Program, TAP, application and maintenance commitment for the Wallace Street Sidewalk Project. Mr. Barkheimer, how are you tonight?
Pretty good, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is pretty simple. We're applying for a transportation alternatives grant, as you just said, for with ODOT, and if received, it would provide up to 80% of the total cost to construct a sidewalk from Wallace, or on Wallace rather, from Kickapoo to Harrison. The resolution passed by you all is a requirement of the grant application, largely because we'd be required to fund the other 20% that's not covered under the grant, and they want that support from you guys. Just as an FYI, this project is shown in the adopted CIP, so our portion is in the adopted CIP. Staff does recommend approval of the resolution. I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Any questions? So we're getting 80 cents on the dollar here. Not a bad deal. All righty, how about a motion?
Move to approve item 13.
Thank you, sir. So Daniel and Mark, your turn again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution of project sponsorship for a transportation alternatives program application and maintenance commitment. A resolution declaring the eligibility of the city of Shawnee to submit an application to the Oklahoma Department of Transportation for use of transportation alternatives program funds set forth by Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act for the Wallace Street Sidewalk Project, Shawnee, Oklahoma, and authorizing the city manager to sign this application.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second for approval. We'll call the question. Motion passes 6-0. Item 14 is consideration of a resolution to adopt the City of Shawnee Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, self-evaluation and transition plan. Danny Weiss, what do you know?
Not that much, Mayor. How are you doing this evening?
Doing well. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good, pretty good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. This item that is before you, as he said, is a resolution to adopt the City of Shawnee Americans with Disabilities Act Self-Evaluation and Transition Plan. The American with Disabilities Act is a civil rights law that has some mandates that require equal opportunity for individuals with disabilities. It's a pretty comprehensive law. Specifically for this evening, Title II is the important and pertinent part of that law. Title II of the ADA requires some administrative requirements upon governmental entities that employ more than 50 people, which we qualify as. Those include the completion of a self-evaluation, the development of an ADA compliance procedure, the designation of at least one person who's responsible for overseeing Title II compliance, and the development of a transition plan to schedule the removal of barriers that are uncovered by the self-evaluation process. In December of 2022, city staff enlisted the services of the consulting firm Kimley Horn to assist in the development of these plans. And so staff worked with Kimley Horn to develop grievance procedures and all the different compliant procedures that are required as a part of Title II of the ADA. Kimley Horn also worked with staff to develop a plan to complete a self-evaluation. And so it's pretty important to note about this specific plan is that this plan is to be more thought of a plan for a plan. So this plan itself, we did not perform any self-evaluations of our facilities or structures or anything like that. This is the plan for how to do that. And so It's a very important piece of a transition plan, but it's important to note that the transition plan will have to be modified as these self-evaluations begin to occur, because that's when we'll know what barriers have to be removed, right? And so the tangible thing that is great for our community is that there is now a formal grievance procedure. There's a formal procedure for someone to make an ADA complaint, and there is a designated compliance officer. And then we have identified the facilities that need to be evaluated and set forth the plan for how to do that. I know that was kind of the quick version of that, but with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for Danny? If not, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 14. You are up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution of the City of Shawnee adopting the City of Shawnee Americans with Disabilities Act Self-Evaluation and Transition Plan.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second for approval. We'll call the question. Motion passes 6-0. Item 15 is consideration of a resolution to surplus a Kubota model number ZD 1211RL-72 mower. How are you, Brad?
Good, how are you?
Doing well.
So yes, this is a request to surplus a mower that has passed its useful life.
Probably worn smooth out, isn't it?
It is, yes, sir.
Yeah.
How old is it?
Yeah.
It's a 2017 model, which, and what we do is
Non-stop in the summertime, probably.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions, comments? How about a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
Daniel and Cammie. All righty. So your turn again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution declaring certain items of personal property surplus and no longer needed for city purposes, describing said items, and authorizing the sale or disposal at the city's discretion.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 15. We'll call the question. Motion passes 6-0. Item 16 is consideration of an amendment to the management agreement between the City of Shawnee and Global Spectrum LP. Andrea, your turn again.
It is. The Heart of Oklahoma Exposition Center is owned by the City of Shawnee. In operation since 1981, the expo houses many events. Just this last fiscal year, we had over 300,000 visitors to those events, and there was almost one event every single day. Although owned by the city, the day-to-day expo operation is actually managed through a contract with a third-party venue management provider. And the current agreement with Global Spectrum LP became effective in August of 2019 and runs through the end of June this year. Staff very recently advertised a request for qualifications to receive proposals from qualified firms for the management and operation of the Heart of Oklahoma Exposition Center. And although staff anticipates that the proposal review, selection, negotiation, and contract approval can all happen before the end of June of 2024, by virtue of proposing this amendment, we hope to eliminate any interference with the International Finals Youth Rodeo, which is happening at that time, and shortly thereafter it would be Potawatomi County Free Fair. So this a contract extension that has been amended or is proposed as an amendment, which just simply allow us to move those two major expo events through with the current management agreement, rather than trying to change management agreements and potentially management companies in the mix.
Any questions? I mean, it seems to make sense. We don't do it at a time when it would be very disruptive, so we'll get us past that hurdle. Any questions? Nope. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
Boy, that was fast. I must say, Lauren. My right ear was working faster. Let's see. We don't have Joe this time. Okay, so we have a motion and a second for approval, so we'll call the question. Motion passes 6-0. Item 17, consideration of a task order in accordance with an agreement between the City of Shawnee, Freese and Nichols, Inc. for water system improvements within the Midland Addition. Your turn again, Seth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the commission's probably very aware, but just for a little context, this item will be one of the last ARPA projects to enter design. Back in September of 2022, staff briefed the commission for the plan for the city's ARPA funding, allocating funding for water and sewer replacement projects in hotspots around town. The replacement of the water lines in Midland Addition was included in the list of projects to be completed within the state legislative allocation of ARPA. It includes the replacement over 1,100 feet of undersized water main. This task order is for survey, design, bidding, and limited construction admin. And as the mayor stated, it's with Freese and Nichols, Inc. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys have in regards to that proposal, though.
Any questions? If not, we'd entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Cammy and Daniel. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 17. We'll call the question. And motion passes 6-0. Item 18 is consider approval to authorize city manager to negotiate and execute a contract with Landmark Construction to provide construction manager at risk services for the Shawnee Fire Department Station 3 remodel. So, Danny, it's your
Me
turn.
again.
Yep.
Yeah, so the item before you now is, it's construction manager at risk, or CMAR, which is what I will say instead of saying construction manager at risk 800 times as I'm talking about it, is a construction delivery method that we have not used at the City of Shawnee. It is gaining a lot of popularity around the country and in Oklahoma. And it's a little bit different than what the traditional construction delivery method that people are more familiar with, design, bid, build, or different things like that. What happens is you bring a CMAR on, and they act as kind of an owner's representative through the entire process. They also work to deliver a project within what's called a guaranteed maximum price. And so what this does is it provides the city some security. So instead of designing a set of plans and then bidding it out and hoping for the best, which is the general path, in this model, the construction manager works with the staff, they work with the architect, and we're ensuring that as we're designing a building, we're designing it within the budgeted allotment that's set aside for that project. So it's a little bit of a different construction delivery method than what we're used to. There's more detail in the memo about those things and how that works, but that's just kind of a high-level overview of CMAR and why this construction delivery method is the one that we're proposing. This is for the Fire Station 3 remodel that was identified in the 2018 sales tax as a renovation that needed to be done. And so what staff did is we solicited statements of qualifications for qualified contractors. We received 2 responses which were evaluated by staff. In that evaluation process, Landmark Construction was the highest evaluated. I do know there was a comment about this evening about wanting to see the contract, and so I want to maybe alleviate some fears. This is a standard contract form. AIA has a standard form, AIA 133A, and the AIA is the American Institute of Architects. It's a standard form contract. And what we're proposing is that you authorize the city manager to negotiate kind of the finer details of the percentages of the contract fees up to $175,000 total dollars. Because we're doing this delivery method, the exact price of the construction project is unknown at this time. And so there's still the need to be able to negotiate that out just a little bit. So that's kind of why we've requested to do it this way instead of just proposing a contract to you, because staff is still working with them. As it stands right now, the construction manager is not under contract. So we want them to be under contract to be doing these negotiations with us. And so it's a little bit of a fluid situation until that GMP is established. And so we just haven't quite got to that point yet, which is why we have proposed it this way. It's a little bit different, so and a little bit weird, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
But once
about
that is negotiated, it is brought back to the commission to be voted on.
So, I mean, it could be if you request it as such, for sure. The way we have it here and staff's recommendation is the approval to authorize the city manager to go ahead and execute the agreement.
Which in
up
essence-
to a maximum of $175,000,
Right, so
which
in
is
es-
the estimated
right.
fee.
So in essence, that's what we'd be doing right here is voting for.
You would be
approval.
voting to approve
Yes.
this contract up to $175,000, and we would only execute it if the total fee was $175,000 or less. Okay. And it is that standard document, so the contract
Yes.
language is already set. That's not what the negotiation is for.
Any other questions?
You said this delivery method was like unique, normally it goes through a different process. What's the added benefit of going through this process?
So we have a lot more control over the cost from the start. And so in a traditional design bid model, we would hire an architect, they would draw a set of plans. We would be relying on the architect's construction estimators. And they, we would tell them, hey, we have a $2 million budget for this. They would design us a building that they think is $2 million. And then we would bid it out and get bids that might be $4 million. In this delivery method, we have a practical, real-world subject matter expert looking at each and every decision that the architect is making and saying, yeah, you want to do this ornate chandelier in the entry of the foyer, but that's going to cost $10,000 that we don't have, so put an LED light bulb there instead. And so we have a significantly higher control over the cost. We also have an advocate for the architect, or for the city with the architect that's really just kind of speaking the language and is able to provide some value engineering, honestly. When an architect might have a great idea and the construction manager is like, why don't we dial down the water feature in the front?
Okay.
Is this similar to, we've made it a policy now to hire an owner representative, like, as, once
It's
we
a similar
start,
idea,
This
yeah.
is essentially moving that
To the
process
beginning of
to
the process.
beginning.
Mhm.
I like it.
Yep.
Because before, we've just hired the owner's representative at the
After.
execution
Yep.
of the.
Yep.
Correct.
Once we received the bid and we said we're gonna go forward, now we need an owner's representative. Now we're just backing that up to.
Correct. And the CMAR will actually walk the city through the bid process. So there's a huge lift off of staff services as well to be able to have the CMAR handle bidding contractors. They're going to have contractors, like a pool of contractors that help us with ensuring that qualified contractors are selected. In addition, they can bid on their own work. So if the CMAR were also a tile installation company, they can submit a bid. They have to notify all the tile contractors that they intend to bid on their own work, and they can only select themselves if they're the lowest. But they can do that. So there's some differences, but it is kind of born out of that idea of hiring a professional to represent you throughout the process. But they will manage the construction build throughout.
Any other questions? If not, we'd entertain a motion.
Move to approve item 18.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
Neil and Cammy. All right, we have a motion and a second for approval of item 18. We'll call the question. Motion passes 6-0. Item 19, consideration of resolution updating the city fee schedule, pardon me, by amending portions of the Shawnee Fairview Cemetery fees pursuant to section 10-9 and 10-11 of chapter 10 of the city code. Brad Schmidt, it's your turn again.
Yes, sir. So the cemetery fees were last updated in 2010. Upon review, we discovered the current fees were inadequate to even cover our operating costs currently. This proposed fee change would cover our costs for personnel and equipment for the cemetery process.
Any questions for Brad? It's been quite a while. If not, we'd entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the item.
Thank you, ma'am. Annie and Mark. And Joe's turn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution updating the city fee schedule by amending portions of the Shawnee Fairview Cemetery fees pursuant to sections 10.9 and 10.11 of Chapter 10 of the City Code.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second for approval. We'll call the question. Motion passes 6-0. So we have already touched on and decided on item 20, so we go to item 21. Consideration of an appeal for the administrative order regarding property located at 315 South Osage Avenue. Seth, it's your turn again.
Yes, sir. I'm filling in for Kevin. The residential structure at 315 South Osage was brought to a public nuisance administrative hearing on February 15th, 2024. And at that hearing, they were given 30 days to make meaningful progress on cleaning the property. And then a second hearing was held on March 14th, 2024. The owner appeared at the February 15th date, but then did not appear at the March 14th date. The structure and property are not being maintained, and the owner has not made an effort to clean the property or establish utilities, such as water service. The property has garnered public concerns regarding safety and diminished property values in the neighborhood. Staff requests denial of the appeal and the right to proceed with demolition. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you guys have.
Any questions?
Joe, is in the order in any way deficient or defective?
All notice and procedure has been examined and approved by the City Attorney's Office. Everything appears in order, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we'd entertain a motion.
Move to approve staff's recommendation.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
Daniel and Cammy. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 21. We'll call the question. Motion passes 6-0. Item 22 is consider the petition for annexation request by Laverne Douglas for purposes of future construction and authorize staff to proceed with notice and hearing requirements. Rachel, it's your turn again.
Thank you. Good to see you guys again. Rachel Klein, City Planner. The city received a request to annex property that is adjacent to city limits and proposed for retail commercial development. According to the state statutes, the petition for annexation has to be submitted to the city, and then the city or the commission sets a public hearing date. Staff's recommendation is to accept the annexation petition and set a public hearing date for May 16th, 2024.
Okay.
At the regular city commission meeting.
Very good. Thank you. Sounds pretty easy. Any questions for Rachel? If not, we'd entertain a motion.
If I may
Yes, ma'am.
raise a point of order, it would
Yes.
be May 20. The next city commission
May-
meeting is on May 20.
May 20.
Sorry, thank you.
That's okay. Very good. I'm glad you caught that.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the annexation petition. My words, it's late.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you very much. And Lauren. Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of item 22. We will call the question.
Just to clarify the motion, is to accept the annexation petition.
Yes, to
direct staff
to follow staff's recommendation, to direct staff to accept the annexation petition. Sorry. The question I say wrong. You know what I'm trying to do, though.
It would be the commission that would be accepted.
I need to withdraw that motion then.
No, you're close. It would be a motion to accept staff's recommendation for the commission to accept the petition for annexation and set for public hearing on May the 20th.
Isn't that what you said?
I just left out.
You got that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
I thought I heard that too, also, in the same words mostly.
2 words.
Yeah.
Important.
Set staff's recommendation to,
Well, staff's recommendation, I don't want to put words in the commissioner's mouth. Staff's recommendation is for the commission to accept the petition for annexation and set the matter for public hearing on May 20th. And if that is what
Yes, that is
commission.
what I'm trying to get out of my mouth.
I'll still second that.
We good, Lisa? All righty, very good. All right, we have a motion and a second for approval then of item 22. We'll call the question. The motion carries 6-0. Item 25. Sure, I didn't skip one. Item 25 is consideration of an ordinance, the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, amending a certain portion of Chapter 7, Buildings and Building Regulations, Article 3, Electricity of the Shawnee Municipal Code, and providing for severability, codification, repealer, and declaring an emergency. One more time, Seth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, filling in here, this is really a housekeeping item. When we adopted the new NEC in February of last year, we intended on having this included in that adoption, and it kind of slipped through on us. It's come to our attention here with a couple of recent solar installations. And it is worth noting that this ordinance would only be applicable to those permits that include solar circuits. The vast majority of our electrical permits would go, be unaffected. We're wanting to require those DC circuits to be installed in conduit and be clearly labeled so they aren't confused with any of the other AC circuits that might be in the attic of these homes. So the ordinance itself says all PV systems conductors shall be marked with the wording photovoltaic power source or solar PV DC circuit by means of permanently affixed labels or other approved permanent marking to be installed in a raceway. Staff does recommend approval of the ordinance, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? If not, we'd entertain a motion.
Move to approve the item.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
And Mark, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, amending a certain portion of Chapter 7, Buildings and Building Regulations, Article 3, Electricity of the Shawnee Municipal Code, and providing for severability, codification, repealer, and declaring an emergency.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 25. We'll call the question. Motion passes 6-0. Item 26, consideration of an emergency clause as it relates to agenda item number 25 for the protection of the public health, safety, and welfare. An emergency is declared to exist per Oklahoma State Statute Title 11, Article 14, Section 14-103.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we add an emergency clause to the previous item.
I guess, I read emergency clause on 26. I was thinking it was for that one above it.
Yeah, I'd like to
But
make a
it's
motion that we
not.
approve the emergency clause.
Yeah, so we need to do that on item 25. So,
But this one is for,
I'm sorry.
they've added a second.
That's what I was thinking, is
Yeah.
that we've added on 26, so that's what we need the motion on, is on 26.
Yep.
For the emergency clause.
Okay, very good. All righty. All righty, so we have a motion.
I'll
We had a-
second.
Daniel and Cammie. So we have a motion and a second to add the emergency clause on it in item 26. We'll call the question. Motion passes 6-0. Item 27 is a public hearing regarding an amendment to section 22-299 to 22-309 of the zoning code, which provides guidance regarding short-term rentals, STR, in the city of Shawnee, Oklahoma, Case number TXT 01-24. Applicant is the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, deferred from the March 18, 2024 City Commission meeting. And Rachel, it's your turn again. You've been with us a lot tonight.
Hello, again, Rachel Klein, City Planner. As you said, this is a text amendment to section 22299 through 22309 of the zoning code for short-term rentals, we call STR, for the City of Shawnee. This portion is for public hearing, for comment, and the next item is for consideration of the actual ordinance attached in itself. I'd be happy to answer any questions that I can about the ordinance. This has been brought before the Planning Commission a couple times, and staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval.
Very good. Questions? No questions. Do we have a motion?
It's public hearing.
I'm sorry, we need to do that until it's getting late. Okay, so what we will do is we will open a public hearing. Is there anyone here that would like to speak in favor of this proposition? Seeing none, is there anyone that would speak in opposition? You're welcome, come up.
I'm not speaking for or against it necessarily. There was some questions about enforcing the ordinance. So from my understanding, it's talking about Airbnbs, and so changing that language to where it's all like short-term rentals, or sorry, bed and breakfast is specifically what it mentions now, if I'm remembering correctly. And it's changing it to include Airbnbs and some of those other overnight stays. And specifically regarding the lake area, enforcement is a big concern. I don't think people are against necessarily having some of these, but with the enforcement out there, I mean, right now, there's no enforcement hardly seen for getting out on your boat and taking it out there. So how is it going to be enforced to protect the residents that are living there from who's staying the night there? Is there going to be any background checks for sex offenders? I mean, what are the rules and how is it going to be enforced would be my question.
Okay, so I'm guessing you're probably speaking in opposition based on those concerns then. That's kind of how I interpret that. So, Rachel, I don't know, just a second. Is there anyone else that wants to speak in opposition? Seeing none, then I'm going to close the public hearing. So I don't know if there's anything.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If we may just go ahead and open Agenda 28, which would be the consideration of the ordinance, and then that would be a more appropriate time for Ms. Klein to address questions.
So we'll open number 28, then consideration of an ordinance amending Section 22-299 to Section 22-309 of the zoning code of the City of Shawnee, Potawatomi County, Oklahoma, more specifically known as reserved to short-term rental residential, by amending and said sections of said zoning code, providing for repeal, providing for severability, providing for codification. Case number TXT01-24, applicant City of Shawnee, Oklahoma. And Rachel, the floor is yours again. But
again, it's just the ordinance accompanying the text amendment for your review. If there are any questions about that?
Maybe at a high level, could you describe what the changes are, just so maybe that would...
At a really high level, there was nothing in existence before, so this text amendment is to bring in some type of regulation to allow for permitting as well as regulations that the city wants to enforce for things like contact and safety and appropriate number of persons, making sure that there's not overcrowding. It's, I'm not going in order, so the idea is to put something out there, and if it needs to be finessed, of course we can, but we have lots of people, I won't say lots, I get regular calls on people asking hey, I want to do an Airbnb, do you have a permit? And when we say no, we don't have any way to regulate that, and it is different than a B&B for sure. That's existing code that we have. So this is broad view just to get Airbnb type platform short-term rentals
Right.
under some sort of guidance and control.
Okay, as I know, these are fairly new creatures, and we didn't have anything to address that. And I know there's been discussion, I mean, a couple times since I've been on the commission that, you know, we're going to be developing this, so.
And this particular ordinance or amendment has been massaged and reviewed several times. So this is the latest and greatest and probably the most comprehensive.
Okay, very good. You look like you were wanting to say something, but I'm not forcing you or trying to compel you to do that.
If you look at the proposed section 22-304, it speaks to occupancy limits, to parking restrictions, noise restrictions, burning, guidance on burning or burning bans, water restrictions, trash collection, prohibition of the use for commercial events. So there are a whole lot of items that we would be able to enforce after the passing of this ordinance that we currently cannot.
And the mechanism to do that would be someone would observe a violation and then they would call the police.
Correct. The license is based on compliance with all of these requirements, and a license for a short-term rental could be revoked if compliance is not in place.
Okay, very good. Any other questions?
This is almost like 20 years after people have been doing this,
Yeah.
putting some regulations in
Yep.
place that protects us more, so I think it's a no-brainer.
Any other questions, comments? How about a motion?
Motion to approve the item.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we
I'll
have a
second that.
All righty. And your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance amending section 22-299 to section 22-309 of the zoning code of the city of Shawnee, Potawatomi County, Oklahoma, more specifically known as reserved, to short-term rental residential by amending said sections of said zoning code, providing for repeal, providing for severability, and providing for codification.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 28. We'll call the question. There we go. Now I got, there we go. Motion passes 6-0. Item 29 is consideration of resolution updating the city fee schedule by amending portions of the zoning code of the city of Shawnee pursuant to section 22-301 of the city code and providing for the readoption of the city fee schedule in whole. And Rachel, do you have anything else to add, or that was just a follow-up? That was just a follow-up item on the one we voted on, I believe. Any discussion, questions? Okay, we have a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Daniel and Cammie. And Joey, your turn again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution updating the city fee schedule by amending portions of the zoning code of the city of Shawnee pursuant to section 22-301 of chapter 22 of the city code and providing for the readoption of the city fee schedule in whole.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 29. We'll call the question. Motion passes 6-0. Item 30 is consideration of a preliminary plat for Shawnee Twin Lakes Lake Number 1, Phase 2, case number PPL 01-24. Applicant is the city of Shawnee. One more time, Rachel.
Good evening again. This is obviously the property out at Twin Lakes, a follow-up to the original sort of boundary survey that was done. This looks more at the lake lot leases of Lake One, and it's approximately, it's approximately 48, not approximately, it is 48 lots that break down into 3 areas of Damron, Sec, and Belcher. Staff has reviewed the document for accuracy, as well as the city engineer is satisfied with the application, and staff does recommend approval based upon those findings and the recommendation of Planning Commission. And I'm happy to answer any questions if I can.
Any questions? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Tammy and Mark. We have a motion and a second on item 30. We'll call the question. Motion passes 6-0. Item 31 is consider bids. Item A is demolition of the Shawnee Regional Airport Hangar 16. And Danny Weiss, it's your turn again.
I'm a lot taller than she is.
A little bit.
So last meeting, we had several of these on the agenda. This one was a little bit more complicated, so it's following up a month later. Staff has been working diligently on getting the airport recovery going. In February, we advertised and solicited bids for the demolition of, for the Hangar 16 that was destroyed in the tornado. We received 2 bids for this project. The base bids range from $40,890 to $118,875. Staff recommends awarding the contract to M&M Wrecking, who submitted the lowest base bid for the base bid only for $40,890. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Danny? If not, we'd entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
Mark and Lauren. Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of item 31. We'll call the question. Motion passes 6-0. Item 32, acknowledge monthly sales tax and budget reports. Lindsay's turn again.
So the sales tax for April totaled $2,525,135, which includes $33,401 in interest. The receipts in April are from estimated March sales and final sales in February. April 24 collections are a 12.3% increase over April of last year. However, with the addition of the half-cent sales tax that was approved in April of last year, the actual year-over-year is a decrease of 1.8%. When comparing collections to conservative budget projections for the month of April, we are 4.8% above projections for the month and 6.3% above collections year-to-date. Use tax for April totaled $377,000, which is 6% above projected collections for the month and 21% above collections year-to-date. When you combine the use tax and the general fund portion of sales tax, the general fund is currently $1.3 million above budget projections. On the last page of the report is a sales tax collection comparison chart by month for the last 12 months. This comparison includes the cities of Yukon, Ardmore, Muskogee, Bartlesville, Stillwater, and Enid. These cities were selected with 3 factors in mind: population, city tax rate, revenue, and revenue per 1%. The increase in sales tax from March to April for Shawnee is 10%, which is in line with the average of the cities shown. The last page of the report is a graph that shows the year-over-year sales tax growth by month. Since last year's tax rate was 3.5% and this year's tax rate is 4%, the graph shows that the change in taxable sales, not actual collections. As you can see on the chart, 4 of the last 5 months have seen a downward trend when you look at year over year by month. Earlier this evening, when I presented the proposed budget, it includes a 0.25% growth over the current year's revenue projections, and we will continue to monitor the trends and make adjustments to the budget accordingly.
Okay, very good.
That I'll happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for me? Definitely a trend worth monitoring for sure. Thank you very much for the report.
You're welcome.
Let's see. We have you also have a presentation, don't you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Let me pull up the 2018 PowerPoint.
For item, let's see, that'd be 33 as a presentation. Or no, you've got the homeless program costs, community donations, volunteer hours. So she's going to do it. Okay, very good. Thank you.
I'm going to do the 2018 half-cent sales tax update.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Which is-
I skipped ahead. Presentation and quarterly half-cent sales tax report. Yep. I'm sorry.
All right.
You are up.
All right, so this is the quarterly update on the half-cent sales tax that was passed in 2018. Just a little background as a refresher, the 2018 sales tax election passed June 26, 2018, and added 0.5 cent to the existing sales tax. The rate went into effect on October 1st, 2018, and is set to expire in September of 2028. The special tax rate is allocated for capital improvements with 25% for public safety, 25% for streets and roads, and the remaining 50% for parks and public facilities. Since the inception of the special sales tax, we have collected $19.1 million in revenue through the April 24 collections, and we've invested $20.5 million into community projects through March of 24, with $8.7 million spent in FY23 and $2.2 million spent so far in FY24. Some notable investments for the third quarter. For the last 3 months, Woodland Veterans Park at $61,000, Highland Street sidewalk at $92,000. Those were the last 2 invoices for those projects, as those are complete. The library remodel at $52,000, and the senior center roof and remodel, which is just beginning, at $40,000. As stated previously, the ordinance provided the election of the 2018 half-cent sales tax allocated the funds to specific projects by percentage. The graph shown is 25% to the public safety. And every quarter, I update the new allocation column to reflect actual sales tax collections and any projections through the end of 2028. For this category of public safety, where the majority of the projects are complete, the only update is to the Fire Station 3 remodel. Currently, the design is in development, and earlier this evening, Commission approved the CMAR contract with Landmark Construction to provide the construction manager at-risk services for the Fire Station 3 remodel. And once their work begins, we'll have further updates on that project. Moving on to streets and roads, which is another 25% of the revenues. A status update on the 45th Street widening project. The right-of-way acquisition is underway, as well as utility coordination. And the pavement and overlays project, that project is set to begin in mid-April. The sub-base prep work will begin next week. And once that's done, the pressure paving project will begin. For the parks and public facilities, that's 50% of the allocations. The Parks Master Plan project is complete, as well as all 4 of the sidewalk projects identified. There's no immediate plans for the Expo Center using this funding. There will be some projects revolving around the storm damage, but we'll either use insurance proceeds or FEMA for those projects. On the Santa Fe Depot project, the roof project has begun. Weather permitting, it is set to be complete by the end of this month. And once the roof is done, they will start on the exterior portion of the project per alternate 4 of the bid. And that portion of the project is set to be complete by this summer. Small projects are underway at the library, including the HVAC units and a remodel to the bathroom. On the senior center project, the roof project is underway with anticipated completion date by the end of May, weather permitting. With that, I'll happy to answer any questions, and I just want to thank the citizens of Shawnee for approving that sales tax so we could do all these valuable projects.
Very good. Any questions? Nope. Appreciate the update. I really appreciate you guys doing this every quarter for us. I think it's been very helpful.
Okay.
So now we are to your presentation.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, you may remember that at the last meeting on March 18, during the citizen participation portion of our meeting, cost information was requested for the city's homeless program. City staff has therefore compiled high-level overview of city expenses, community donations, and also volunteer hours associated with the homeless program activities. First up, I'd like to talk about how much the city contributes to the homeless program itself. The City of Shawnee funds 1 full-time position, which is, of course, the homeless program coordinator. In addition to earning a salary, this position is eligible for City of Shawnee benefits, and the city has no other positions that are funded within the homeless program. At this time, the city also does not have any open emergency solution grants or other external funding sources to assist with the homeless program. The last emergency solution grants was received in 2021 and was exhausted in 2022. In the absence of grant funding, the city is grateful to have received AmeriCorps assistance through the provision of Vistas. Vistas are volunteers who receive a stipend from AmeriCorps for the work they are doing for the city's homeless program. The city specifically applied to AmeriCorps for this assistance, and AmeriCorps pays that stipend directly to the Vistas. The only thing the city contributes is office space and office equipment. The city truly appreciates our Vistas who work with the homeless Shawnee residents to assist them with case management specific to finding employment and housing. We have been directly involved with the Shawnee Rescue Mission. In 2022, you may remember that the Homeless Resource Center was established on the far east side of the downtown business district. This effort was put in place to address the needs of those Shawnee residents who are experiencing homelessness by providing this location where they can access resources and obtain assistance. To date, the city's homeless program coordinator, city interns, and city as well as Shawnee Rescue Mission volunteers have provided the necessary workforce to operate the Homeless Resource Center. Although the facility is leased or was leased from the Shawnee Rescue Mission for $1 a month, the previous memorandum of understanding between the partners called for the city to cover utilities in the form of internet and telephone. Keeping the Homeless Resource Center staffed and providing direct street outreach to homeless Shawnee residents who would not necessarily be at the HRC but elsewhere within the community. All of that would not have been possible without the many community volunteers who so generously donated of their time. Likewise, the community has supported the direct outreach, both at the HRC as well as street outreach, with generous donations, and that also goes for the emergency warming shelter. Another major important fact in all of this is the city's close collaboration with the Shawnee Homeless Roundtable, which encompasses 40 different service providers and just under 20 different faith-based and civic organizations. Without them, we would not have been able to do the homeless program and expand it as much as we have. And then last but certainly not least is the Native Homeless Alliance, which encompasses our local tribes, all of which are collaborating to address the unproportionately high number of Native Americans among our homeless Shawnee residents. Other city departments are impacted by homelessness and homelessness mitigation as well. You just heard me talk specifically about the homeless program associated costs, donations, and volunteers. And again, this would be incomplete if I did not also mention all of the other city departments. The police has implemented extra patrols in areas with a concentration of homeless residents, as they are, of course, responsible for law enforcement among and for all residents and visitors alike, unhoused as well as housed. Calls specifically relating to homelessness accounted for approximately 440 last year. There is not an exact dollar figure associated with the personnel costs that is expended on those calls for assistance. Shawnee Police has also been on the forefront of implementing a crisis intervention team approach that successfully pairs our law enforcement with licensed mental health professionals for street outreach. This effort is being funded through a 2-year CIT grant the city received. That grant was a little over $347,000 stretched out over 2 years. Again, this grant has allowed our police to do welfare checks on unhoused individuals, which culminated then in mental health referrals, emergency orders of detention, safety plans, and other things dependent on the situation they have found. Also in law enforcement capacity, albeit not focused on persons, but on building structures and properties, of course, is our city code enforcement division, who verify and post unlawfully occupied structures, which are those buildings that should be vacant, but are currently occupied without the necessary utilities or sanitation. In fiscal year 2023, code enforcement worked just a little over 1,700 cases, including 106 dilapidated structures, of which 35 were demolished either by the owner or by a city contracted demolition company. But what we have found is prior to the demolition, 9 of those 35 structures were destroyed by vagrancy, as in errant fires and other things. In addition to that, our code enforcement has posted unlawfully to occupy signs at 80 different properties. And again, there is no exact dollar figure associated with the personnel cost that was expended there. Additional city departments involved in homelessness mitigation are, of course, a fire department. They have battled a significant amount of vacant structure fires. They are also providing emergency medical services just ahead of the arrival of REACT ambulances. And in the first half of 2023, the total number of incident responses by the fire department numbered just under 3,500, of which about 6.2% were related to homelessness. But when you look at the medical calls, 5.5% of those were related to homelessness. On the other hand, fire calls, 40% of those were related to homelessness and vacant structure fires. Year over year, vacant structure fires have increased from 18% in the first half of 2022 to 31% in the first half of 2023. And again, we do not have exact personnel costs associated with the responses to these incidents. Also heavily engaged in homelessness mitigation is, of course, our city's Public Works Department, who frequently clean up and repair city facilities that have been affected. Homelessness and related vandalism impacts downtown routes. It impacts all of our 36 parks, It has impacted our library, restrooms, senior recreation, and also Splash. Public Works Department has struggled to maintain staffing in light of the associated issues, and we actually have lost several staff members because of those issues. And again, there are no exact dollar figures assigned to the personnel cost. And lastly, the city manager's office and the city attorney spend time on research of successful action plans and ordinances implemented elsewhere, with the idea that those can be custom tailored for implementation in the Shawnee area. Furthermore, the city manager's office and community development department are making preparations to transition the homeless program to a nonprofit. As was pointed out in previous meetings, homeless services are really not this is outside of our core functionality. It is also outside of our subject matter expertise. In closing, I would like to report that in fiscal year 2023, city staff tracked hours spent on homeless mitigation across all city departments, and we found that there were no less than 3,000 hours among all of those departments, not counting a homeless program coordinator, that were spent on this particular effort. And of course, this does not take into account any of the impacts that homelessness and homeless mitigation may have had on our business owners or on our residential property owners. We just simply do not have a way to track any of those expenditures and the cost. As you know, based on last spring's community survey, the homelessness issue remains top of mind and high priority for the city as well as our residents. So I'd be happy to answer any additional questions you have. I'm hoping that this brief overview just provides some insight into how much the whole city is involved in homeless mitigation.
Any questions? It clearly shows it's an expensive thing. Yeah.
Are we still searching for a coordinator?
We are still searching for a coordinator. You are correct. Actively searching.
Any other questions? Thank you for the report. It's very good. Item 34 is new business.
No new business, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. 35 is commissioner comments. Daniel, we want to start on your end?
Sure, we've said plenty of words tonight. I don't really have many to add other than this week we recognize 1 year anniversary of the tornado, and just let's find people that so many people did so much. If you tried to name them, you'd miss someone, and so let's just find someone to thank and be thankful for all that they did, and certainly thankful to staff for what they did and what they've done through the last year, and also thankful to Dr. Thomas at OBU, who led such a recovery there and has been such a team player and asset to our community. I appreciate his leadership, and so many others, but just find somebody to recognize this week and thank for all they did and all they continue to do.
Thank you, sir.
I don't have much tonight either. It's late and have not much substance left to add, but I'm looking forward to participating in that walk to commemorate the year anniversary of the tornado. It was a terrifying day for me in my basement, and I'm so grateful to everyone that helped the city get through that, and how I just like us to remember how those events can and should help us come together, work together, remember that we are a small community, we're all each other's neighbors as we go through these issues. And we're coming up on that anniversary. I'm always reminded that we're all in this together and working towards common goals. So hopefully carrying that forward with all these decisions that we're making, to just be the best neighbors we can be as we make these decisions.
Thank you, ma'am.
I wanted to remind everybody about the cleanup day that's scheduled for this Saturday. I know we've got a big effort going on in Dunbar Heights, and we're looking forward to that. Regarding the feasibility study, I was reluctant to approve it. I kept going back to in my head whether we would be so quick to rezone this property for an individual or a business with so few facts and details. And I know that there's distrust with how we acquired that property and doubt and uncertainty with what we're doing with it. And I just hope there's lots of clarity in the future with our plans on that. And that's all I can.
Thank you, ma'am.
Lots been said tonight.
Yes, yes.
Probably for me, just want to thank the staff for putting all the stuff together. I know it was pretty extensive tonight, so, other than that, I think everybody's wore out.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. No
Nothing
comments.
to add. Okay, I will keep it really, really short because we've been here a long time. Obviously, we're coming up on 1 year from the tornado, and just still very thankful that nobody was killed or hurt badly in town. We were very, very lucky, as bad as it was, to have that many buildings hit and nobody hurt. So definitely someone was looking out for us that night, and it was a very scary night. Cammie, you talked a lot about neighbors working together, and that was one of the things that really impressed me the next day was, we knew when sunrise came that we were going to see just how bad it was, and we knew it was going to be bad. It was amazing just how bad it looked that morning and how much had been done by the end of that day at sunset, and that was just neighbors helping neighbors. And that was really a good thing to see. We've got lots of good folks here in town, and when things got tough, they stepped up and helped each other out. And on the topic of helping, before city commission meeting started tonight, I was out walking neighborhoods with the United Way, American Red Cross, and Catholic Charities, out notifying people that, in affected neighborhoods, that there was still a lot of help to be had. So we were going door to door and talking with residents and taking them this packet of information to let them know that Catholic Charities was here doing the case management. They have a lot of resources that they can help people with, and a lot of people aren't aware of that. You don't have to be Catholic. I mean, it has nothing to do with that. They're simply just acting as case management and can connect people to all kinds of help, and especially if they've been turned down with other resources. That's when Catholic Charities can really step in and do a lot of things. So right now they're housed over at St. Benedict Catholic Church. I mean, would make sense. There's space over there that they're using, and they're very anxious to talk to people. So if you had damage to your house, damage to your car, I mean, they can help with utilities. There's all kinds of things that they can help with. So please reach out. There's a QR code inside here. If somebody's interested, I'd be happy to give that to them. But I wanted to make darn sure that people were aware that even, here we are a year later, there are lots of resources available. And like I said, especially if they've been turned down other places, then that really does open a lot of doors with what Catholic Charities can do for people. So with that, we will move on and go to the airport authority. So I'll give everybody a second to get signed out of this agenda. And then hopefully we'll all be able to get signed into the airport authority. I think this was the first time, Lisa, that the voting worked every time. I know. Almost didn't want to say that. I almost didn't, but that's like saying that I've never broken my cell phone. I don't really want to say that out loud. Is everybody in? All righty, so let's go on. We've got item 1 is consider approval of the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
Daniel and Mark. So we have a motion and a second for approval of item 1. We'll call the question. Motion passes 6-0. Item 2 is consideration of request to terminate commercial non-aeronautical use lease agreement. And I've got on here that Danny's doing that one. There he is.
You got me.
There you
Items
go.
2 and 3 are companion items, so as I explain what's going on here, remember that 2 and 3 go
There you
together.
go.
So the Shawnee Alano Club currently leases, it's a 15,000 square foot land lease. So they actually own the building, we just own the dirt. It's set to expire in 2027. They requested to us, initially they wanted to transfer the lease to the Gateway to Recovery. However, the original lease was written in the 1960s. And so everybody just agreed the cleanest way to do this would be to just terminate the previous lease with the Alano Club and sign a new lease with Gateway to Recovery. They want to provide the same services. The folks that provide the services at the Shawnee Alano Club are kind of aging out of wanting to continue to do that. And so they found Gateway to Recovery, and Gateway to Recovery wants to continue to do that. So item 2 is to terminate the first lease. And so that's what this item is. And staff recommends authorizing the city manager to approve the requested termination of the lease agreement.
Okay, very good. Any questions for Danny on that? Seems pretty straightforward. Do we
Move
have
to
a
approve
motion?
staff's recommendation.
Thank you, sir. Daniel, Cammy. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 2. Call the question. Motion passes 6-0. So item 3 is consideration of request by Gateway to Prevention and Recovery, Inc. to enter into a commercial non-aeronautical land use lease agreement. And as you said, all kind of ties together.
Yeah, so the only thing I want to say about this is, so this is a new lease, and it is for a period of 5 years with an option to renew for a successive 5 calendar years. It is for $642 per year, which is based on the market value of the land. So it is just important to remember this isn't for the building, it's just the land, which is why that rate is lower than what you would think. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any other questions? If not, we'd entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, ma'am.
Second.
Thank you, Daniel. So Cammy and Daniel, we have a motion and a second for approval of item 3. We'll call the question. Motion passes 6-0. Item 4 is consider bids for forage and hay harvesting lease award. And I bet you're Bonnie again.
I'm Bonnie, one more time.
There you go.
That's correct. She's certainly more chipper than I am, so I apologize that you do not get her friendly voice on this. You're stuck with me. She has a very early morning in the morning, so we released her to go home and get some rest so she could sleep.
Very good.
So this is the award of a bid. Airport staff solicited sealed bids for a lease to harvest forage and hay at the airport. Quite a lot of land there, and we put that out with good regularity. This would be for a period of 5 years. Notice to bidders was published in the Shawnee News Star and the countywide on the 7th and 14th. They were also advertised on our website as well as the airport's website. On March 7th through the bid deadline of April 5th. We received requests from 3 different vendors, but we did only receive 1 bid from Airedale Farms in an amount of $2,000 per year. This was reviewed by staff for completeness and correctness, and staff recommends awarding the hay lease to Airedale Farms for $2,000 per year and authorization for the city manager to execute the associated non-aeronautical use agreement. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? If not, we'd entertain a motion.
Move to approve staff recommendation.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
Daniel and Cammy. Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of item 4. We'll call the question. Motion passes 6-0. Item 5 is new business.
No new business, Mr. Mayor.
Very Good. Item 6 is we are adjourned, and we'll move on to the Shawnee Municipal Authority. I'll give everybody a minute to sign out and sign back in. Everybody get in okay? Are we good? All righty. Item 1, consider approval of the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
Daniel and Cammy. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 1. We'll call the question.
Commissioner Frazier, did you get an option vote?
I did not.
See, I shouldn't have said anything. I jinxed it.
Commissioner Frazier.
I already left that. I thought I did. I thought I had done it.
Yeah,
I
just
approved.
tell her.
It was, yeah.
You said you did get an option.
Well, I did. I put yes.
It just hasn't come through yet.
That is so weird.
Was that a yes?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Item 2 is consideration of resolution approving the purchase of root control services from Duke's Root Control, Inc. under the cooperative purchasing agreement with Houston Galveston Area Council. Brad, one more time.
One more time. So this is the same program that we did approximately a year ago. If approved, we'll do an additional approximately 55,000 linear feet of sewer line.
Okay.
So this process treats, kills the roots inside the sewer line and prevents them from regrowing. We've seen great success with the first year.
So it worked out pretty good.
Yes.
I remember we talked about that a year ago. We've used this purchasing agreement quite a bit since we approved that. That's really come in handy. Any questions for Brad? If not, we'd entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
Mark and Daniel. And Joe's probably the last time, isn't it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution of the Shawnee Municipal Authority approving the purchase of root control services from Duke's Root Control, Inc. under the cooperative purchasing agreement with the Houston Galveston Area Council.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second for approval. We'll call the question. Motion carries 6-0. Item 3 is new business.
No new business.
And item 4, long last, it's time to go home. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for coming this evening.